What's going on, everybody? What is going on? Welcome to Mark Cooper Monday. I probably see why you're seeing a desktop. Normally, you see me playing like Call of Duty or playing a video game or something, but this is different this year. Um, well, this time for Mark Cooper Mondays, what we do is wonder why my chat's not coming up. My apologies, guys. There we go. All right, cool. Well, the this version of it for Mark Cooper Monday is called the Key to the Game, where I actually listen to newer artists and things like that, and then provide feedback of how they can get better, things of that particular nature. We'll also go through things where it's about, what's the best places to, find a DAW or recording interfaces, or just tips of music tips of the game I've learned a little bit of tools and tricks and things that we found out. So that's where I'm at on that. So we're gonna actually look at some YouTube videos and some people who have submitted, mostly nerdcore individuals, because they kind of look at me, they see me as a nerdcore artist along with a lot of other people, and when you start out new, you're really not sure about how things goes, where it needs to be. Infinite Sky, what's going on? Pleasure. I'm glad you're here. Awesome. So, no further ado, I'm about to basically go ahead and get started. So I just got to make sure everything's good. So I'm just going to do a little bit of testing just to see if you guys can hear the videos and stuff. I would really appreciate it if you could. All right. So I'm gonna play this one real quick just to test it out. What are the songs I did? Can you guys hear that?
Come to the city, you'll be thinking that it's pretty. When it's sinking and it's shifting and it's leaving you all spinning. Don't be silly, those lights only ever shine bright. Like the flash of a muzzle if you start a gunfight. Pick your poison, try to get a voice. It doesn't really matter when everyone's destroyed. And no, it was safe, but there's no healthcare. Gonna exit like Brexit, low employment and despair. CEOs got the
All right. So can you guys hear that? I'm just kind of testing them out so that way I know. Great. Sounds good. That's all I need to know. Perfect. Perfect. It's my first time ever doing it the YouTube route. Normally I have it streamed through the Xbox and things like that. Perfect. 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 All right. So, cool. KKK. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Rachel, how are you? I'm glad you're doing good. All right. Just checking certain things, guys. Bear with me. Cool, cool, cool beans. I'm just kind of checking to make sure everything's all good. Rab Night, what's popping, bro? What's going on with you? I appreciate you coming out. Um, hmm. Trying to see where we could start. So I got certain people already ready to go and everything. Tag me in a post. I don't know who that is. Wait a minute. Hmm. Hold on. Rabna, I thought I picked yours already. I'm about to check. That's interesting. I don't know why there's two of this. Alrighty. Well, you about to see something interesting, Rabna. Hold on one second, sir. I know which one I'm doing too. Hmm. Hmm. We could do your Irwin Swift rap. How about that? We're gonna do that. Awesome. All right, now I just gotta check everything else. Cool, cool beans. Great. I'm glad. Okay. All righty. Black type, I see you in here. Good. It's got a bunch of issues. That sounds great. We about to get right to it. Okay. So now I just want to let people know, just so you know, it's not. This is not the kind of video where I'm reacting to it and then you see me overly bobbing my head super hard and be like, "This fire, this dope." This is not that kind of stream because, to be honest, doing that and then like let's say it's a track that you're not really 100% into or not hype or something, it's not fair to that artist. So the way I actually do this kind of thing is when I stream and I listen to this stuff, I listen to the whole record straight through. I try my best not to pause unless it's something that I want to mention in that. So I want to make sure I give you guys the full review of what I think, but not only as in like, this is not good, blah blah blah, call it a day. It's not that kind of a situation. So I don't like to do that to people. It's not fair because I've seen other people do reaction videos and be only hear maybe 20 seconds of the song and be like, this is garbage. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay. So if it's not good, what can I do to improve to get better? And most people don't even do that. You know what I'm saying? So this is the different kind of thing. So like I said, everybody has their start. And it's time to be fair and realize that. You know what I mean? You started rap, everybody started at a bottom and they want to be able to learn the things they need to learn. So no further ado, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through, you know, I'll go through the homie rap night first before anything else. So we're gonna go with the Aaron Smith rap real quick, and we're gonna listen to it. We'll see what we rocking. And don't be alarmed if I'm quiet, okay? Or I got a serious face. I'm just focused.
No matter what the cost is, must bring the Holocaust, yeah. I'll give it everything, even turn on those that lost it. Higher ups think they got us, thinking that we're all cattle to throw to the mosh pits. I'll show them the truth through the corpses in my last breath. Remember what I did when I'm gone, hope you carry on. This is not a song, it's the truth, let it fill the room. Blood and tears, let it fill the room. Bone skulls, let it fill the room. Everything we work for, let it fill the room. Now open up the roof and let it fill the room. Thinking that we're all
I didn't chroma key it this time. I will in a minute.
Every single ring we made it as a statement. To think that he asked, we're all hidden in the basement. The founding Titans power, everyone was trying to take it. It was found that by no time could I have been so complacent.
All right, check this out. Don't worry, bro. It's not a drill, I promise. Now, I've heard your stuff before, and I've also said this stuff. Slow down a little bit. And I know that when you're writing, there's a difference when it comes to your emphasis and what you write. See, the thing is, you already have the emphasis, the punch is there, the aggression is there. I feel everything on the record. The choice of track is good. The hook that you got is good. All that stuff is just fine. I understand it. I'm not gonna be the person who's gonna be like, I'm gonna drill you because of this, and this. You're kind of just starting out too. So it's really about finding the tone and finding your breath control. Okay, I'm counting the bars. You're on beat, so it's not anything of that problem at all. There could be sometimes the choice of words. You know what I mean? So you got to look at it from those aspects. One of the particular lyric techniques that I've learned and developed over time is the sandwich. And I know that sounds like a really crazy, thing, but check this out. So the sandwich is like the top bun, right? The top bun is normally like your big word. Like for example, government. We'll say government for example, right? So you got the top word, and I'm talking about per bar. That makes it a lot easier for you. Because what I'm seeing is your aggression. And when you have your aggression, sometimes having bigger words in your particular flow could mess with the breath control because your your um your vocal muscles is not 100% there yet where it comes to that. So for example, you'd be like government, and then you have something be like, it was a lot of true queen when I come with it. You know what I mean? You can have a compound word break up some of those things. Like when you write, try to find smaller words too to fill in the middle, because then when you have smaller words, they're easier to say, and you're able to use that energy and be able to really finish up strong. That way you don't have to worry about if you got to do punch-ins and things like that, because you're trying to keep that aggression, and that's what you do. You know what I mean? Like Buster Rhymes, the perfect example. So if you start listening to him more often and seeing what he does with his breath control when it comes to bigger words and breaking things down, I honestly believe that would be a good review for you. I believe it would be good. But I'm gonna continue, but I wanted to let you know that first. So when we get to the end, you'll see what I mean. You see what I mean? That's the only thing about that. Oh, you can just barely hear the video? I'm sorry, guys. Let me turn that up. I'm hearing in my headphones. I think it's something else. Yeah, hold on.
No matter what the cost is, must rid the Holocaust, yeah. I'll give it everything, even turn on
It's okay now, guys?
higher ups that they got us. Thinking that we're all cattle to throw to the mosh pits. I'll show them the truth through the corpses in my last breath. Remember what I did when I'm gone, hope you carry on. This is not a song, it's the truth, let it fill the room. Blood and tears, let it fill the room. Bone skulls, let it fill the room. Every day we work for, let it fill the room. Now open up the roof and let them fill the room. Thinking that we're all cattle to throw to the mosh pits. I show them the truth through the corpses in my last breath. Remember what I did when I'm gone, hope you carry on. This is not a song, it's the truth, let it fill the room. This is not a song, it's the truth, let it fill the room. This is not a song, it's the truth, let it fill the room. This is the ending, so we'll decide how we go. Now we'll say it once more. Shinzo Sasageo. Blood and tears, let it fill the room. Bone skulls, let it fill the room. Everything we work for, let it fill the room. Now open up the roof and let it fill the room. Thinking that we're all cattle to throw to the mosh pits. I show them the truth through the corpses in my last breath. Remember what I did when I'm gone, hope you carry on. This is not a song, it's the truth, let it fill the room.
Power, knowledge, greed, slaughter.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You definitely finish strong with that kind of stuff, man. See, the thing is, what I like the most. Sorry, I'm gonna exit out. What I like the most about the record is because I like that. I know it was Attack on Titan. I know it was, that particular synopsis. But what I love about it is that I can hear the record and not know anything about Attack on Titan and enjoy the song for what it is. And that's the things in nerdcore that I like, that I think should be brought up a little bit more. I'm 100% with character raps. Character raps are a fan service. It will always be a fan service. So a lot of your fans will love those kind of things because you're like, oh, he made a song about one of my favorite characters. Oh, he made a song about this and that. And that's really great. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with any of that kind of stuff at all. But it also makes it great that it's like, wow, this is a great song. Where is this? Okay, check it out. And the next thing you see is, oh, it's an Attack on Titan rap? Oh, that's even cooler. And then now you engaged more of a fan. So now that he knows that you not only make songs that don't even look like it came from that, but it's also cohesive enough to be like, I can hear this on the radio. I can hear this on a movie. I can hear this on a video game. I can hear all that. And that's the best thing that you want to do when you make this kind of music, you know? Like, you know, it's great to do character raps, like I said, because there's a certain lane for that and there's no problem. But when you're able to mix both of them and make them a record, then you in business. You know what I mean? But you good, Rap Night. That's the whole point, bro. I'm reviewing it like you don't even know who I am, bro. You know what I mean? That's what I'm doing. That's why I do that. Oh no, I know Fakara. Volcano. I don't want to say her name wrong. She. Oh no, because it's split up on the chat, so I feel really bad. But you know what I'm talking to. Yeah, but that's the whole point about it. Start making music that, you know. Oh, Volcar. Okay, good. All right, I just didn't wanna. I didn't want to mess it up. So I'm really sorry if I did. That's totally my bad. But those are things I look for when it comes to that, because when you do that, now you don't have to worry about, well, this is a character rap, so I'm gonna have to wait until this is popular to talk about. You don't even have to do that. Just consistently make good records, and when you do that, there's a fan base for good records too. I mean, it's just like anything in mainstream, but you'll have a better attachment with your core audience when it is related solely in that. So people who are fans of Attack on Titan or a fan of Irwin Smith or, you know, or Aaron or whatever, it works. So so you got the right idea, Rap Night, bro. The only thing you got to do is it's experience, man. You're you know what I mean, you're not in a bad bag. You know what I mean? It's just about experience. It's, you know what I mean, like for me, I would one day I'll play the music that I made back in 2004, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the mixing was probably like 80 times worse. You know what I'm saying? Your mix isn't bad, but I'm letting you know mine was awful. I was off beat. I had aggression issues where I would be swearing and then I would be rapping and I would still be off beat and things like that. I mean, I've been rapping for about 15, 16 years. So it's not like I just came up with this overnight. You know what I mean? It's something I had to work at and I had to learn, but I had to learn the fundamentals. So the reason why I'm able to do this is so I understand where you've been, because I've been at that beginning part. And instead of being like, oh, you don't know how to count bars, or oh, you don't know how to, you know, rap on beat, and then you just belittle them. I mean, the problem starts with the higher ups. So it's the best way to come by and be like, yo, maybe this is not, you know what I mean? This is not the way. We need to, you know, start from the bottom and help all our other individuals up to strengthen our community. And that's what I believe in when it comes to that. So the next one I'm actually gonna do is it's actually Volcars. So I hope you're ready. So we're gonna use the Qatar rap because yes, yes, oh yes, it's time. It's time. I'm messing with you. But it is time though. Alright, so we about to go right into it right now. Shabazz, what's up?
Last of the water benders in my tribe. Better up your cuff. Strongest of my time from my mind. Healing's not enough, not for me, not for what I stand for. I don't act tough, who I became a prodigy for the Lord, don't fear being rough. Brutal beating of the South, you don't get to plead. Suppressed anger, fear, pain inside and put you on your knees. For peace I wish to achieve, cling to the vision I see. What I lost to be regained wasn't worth my tribe's bleed. I was strong from the start, but I tried to keep the peace. Didn't know I could fight for rights that the war could cease. It was the avatar that gave me hope, those of my tribe deceased didn't die in vain to protect us, nations could be released. I'm not one to start a fight or actively cause injury. It all depends on how you act, choose your delivery. Go ahead, try to attack, attempt your trickery. Don't say I didn't warn you when you're left in misery. Brutal beating of the South, you don't get to plead. Suppressed anger, fear, pain inside and put you on your knees. For peace I wish to achieve, into the vision I see. What I lost to be regained, was it worth my tribe's bleed? Though it may disgust me, your blood is mine to control. I don't feel pity, since you're the one without a soul. Even without that control, I could still take a toll. This could have been avoided. You stepped, then you'll fold. What should have given mercy was never received. My mother, she died, didn't beg a plea to be released. She wouldn't feed into the torture she was able to lead. From her grave, I took up the fight, choosing to bring the world a new light. The avatar to snuff out the blight, see a fading war with peace in sight. Brutal beating from the South, you can beg and plead. Pulsing anger, fear, pain inside, finally release. The peace I wish to achieve, make my vision reality. The sacrifice was worth it, no in vain fatality. Look at you on the ground, you're too scared to make a sound. Every fiber of my being wants to pierce through this wretched mound of flesh before me for deliberately destroying. But myself I astound, I have the strength to turn around. My anger will not control me, I will not become a monster. Stooping to their level, that wouldn't help the fodder that would fall into the future if we were somehow to lose. I'm grateful that within me, I had the strength to choose. I can finally move past the pain of my childhood. In this journey to help Aang, I finally understood.
Alright, I'm gonna be honest. You got nothing to worry about. But I will say this. And I've been where you've been where it comes to like recording and things like that. And there are certain occasions where you are rapping it out. It can sound like you're reading. That's just from an experienced rapper's ear, like somebody who's been in the studio and things like that. So it can sound like that sometimes, but that's okay because you're experiencing. Most of the time that kind of situation happens like if you just wrote the record or you wrote it but you kind of know 100% of it. You know what I mean? Like the enunciation is great. And that is a problem a lot of rappers have. It's not even necessarily, it's the balance to understand the enunciation, your delivery, and your breath control. Enunciation, that's the clarity of how you say the words that you have. The actual delivery is how much of a punch you deliver that with. And then, the final part, which would be your breath control. And the thing is, your breath control is actually great, especially when you hit the triplets in the middle of the second verse. I like that. I like the fact that even though you were using bigger words, you were able to pace it where you got it to the point where everything fits in on beat, which is great. So once you get to that point where your pen gets even better, because I know that you're trying to describe Katara's situation, a character rap, which is great. But I'm just letting you know, you keep going and doing what you're doing. That's what I want to make sure people know. It's about experience. You're going to get better if you just constantly practice these certain things. Now, on a mixing level, personally, it's just me. When you do your ad-libs or you do your emphasis tracks or ins and outs or whatever you call them, I see them maybe like a hair or two behind. So what I recommend what you can do is at the end of that, even though you kind of didn't hit it where it needed to be, take that vocal and just move it back and try to, even up the vocal or the wave file as much as you can. The reason why I say that is because instead of it sounding like it could be kind of clashy. Now, there's certain people who like that stuff to put in their mix. But, me personally, I'm kind of a straight edge, want to make sure everything is clean, everything is clarity, things like that. So if you stick around, I'm going to show you some stuff that's really, really cool that has nothing to do. I mean, it has something to do with it, but it's gonna be some things to learn on a producer level, on a mixing level. I'm also gonna go into recording recommendations and things of that nature too. So stick around for a second. I'm gonna do one more video with this, and then I'm gonna go into those so everybody's up to it. But well done, especially you have absolutely nothing to worry about. You're actually a lot more ahead than most people. Nah, you didn't miss it yet, Jay. I got you, dog.
The past cannot
We only
be
on the
changed.
second
The future
video,
can
man,
be
for sure.
molded. Letting myself be
Ethan, what up?
corrupted to end up being goated. I don't regret the past. I don't regret my journey. For all the challenges I faced, I find myself worthy of a happy life. The lives sacrificed weren't in vain. Finally, a light has shone through the heavy pouring rain.
You see what I mean? Like you have it where it needs to be, that everything is said. It also sounds like you're trying to make sure you perfect and say everything correctly. We do that all the time. So now I know for a fact now, if you knew your verse verbatim in the memory, like literally like knew it by heart, you'll murder this. And if you get into that habit where you kind of got a great idea about what you're going to say before you read it from the phone or read it from the computer or read it from the thing, you're going to be a problem. I know it. You're going to be a problem. You do that right. You see what I mean? Like Savvy Huga is good at that kind of thing. Shara is good at that kind of thing. Diggs is good at that. Like, Afro Legacy, there's a lot of people who are starting to know exactly what they wrote. And that's what I mean by take your time. Like, look at it like this, okay? It's not a label asking you need to come out with this tomorrow. There's not nobody knocking at your door, riot style, saying you better come out with this song tomorrow. We're gonna get you. There's none of that. Just take your time. That's all I stress everybody when you do music. Just take your time, because there's going to be a moment where you're gonna have to be on. So use this particular time to put all that stuff together. Yeah, I can understand that. Less pressure, easier to work with for some reason. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Just all I say is just take your time. That's the best way. Yeah, man. It's all together, dude. I made sure I connected everything. So, like, if people did want to submit things like that, they have sense. I'm on Facebook as well, so friends of mine on there and on Twitch and all that. So I just did it all, make it a lot easier. But here we go from that. So the next guy I'm gonna do, let's just go from the top, just to make it a little bit easier. I'm gonna do one more video. Actually, you know what? Let's bounce around a little bit. Let's go to Jay real quick, because I know his tone, and I kind of want to hear improvements, because I've already heard some stuff that you did, and I'm just trying to see what you got. So this is the, not gonna say it. I'm just gonna play it.
Always snapping from little things that have happened. Last resort, that was always my only tactic. Don't seek attraction, but tend to make it a habit. And at the end, always ending up attacking. Look, never wanted to be special. If my anger was a spirit, then I'm the vessel. They ready to wrestle the moment they see me. Call the squad, they a mob. Have you noticed I'm already at 50? My mental crack with psychic energy that will send the chill down your back. It's stability that I lack. My agility pretty wet, but push me when I am mad. A couple seconds you have before I hit 100. That's when I fully snap.
Now you see what I mean? Now this is what I mean by taking your time. Because when you get ready to take your time, that's when you hit the pocket. You know what I mean? It's like the particular sweet spot. That's back when I fully snap. I'm bringing it really back. I'm throwing Bim in the neck. They probably really be whack. It's a pocket. So it's like you can direct your. It's just like a boxing match, man. You come out there with the jab, you come out there with the uppercut, then you're bringing it back. And it allows people to kind of rock with you a little bit, and it makes the song more engaging with that. You don't necessarily have to rap in that tone, but staying in pocket and taking your time, it's gonna be the difference between a song that's dope and a song that's a hit. And that's the kind of thing that you want to follow with that. So let's continue.
Two sides of the same coin. Jim and I am not the same boy. No more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more. Two sides of the same coin. Am I really the same boy? No more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more. With a blank expression, I'm doing my job right. It's always the same fight, every day and all night. Not sight them up, all my emotions are sealed tight. But when they knock, all I see is no light, it's darkness. That's my power without its harness. Without it, first person I see is getting carnage. Percentage is getting higher, now we are getting started. Shigeru Kageyama is no longer lighthearted. Two sides of the same coin. Jim and I am not the same boy. No more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more. Two sides of the same coin. Am I really the same boy? No more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more. Two sides of the same coin. Jim and I am not the same boy. No more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more. Two sides of the same coin. Am I really the same boy? No more, no more, no more. No more, no more, no more.
See, that's a bop, Jay. That's a bop. Like, but if there's some things to improve on, I will say it's really when you do your hooks frosted. What up? I know. Hey, I told you that thing is a bop because it just got the elements of something that you can naturally hear. You know, it's just it's about something, but it also takes it from a different thing. You know what I mean? Tell them to send you some records. Yeah, that hook was awesome, man. And you already know my favorite track from you right now is Serious, the Manena rap, because nobody took the perspective of Manena being somebody dope. I just like stuff like that. But when it comes to improvement, things like that, the hook, it was great. I don't know if it's just me as a producer, but I'm also hearing something that's called latency. And it happens when you record, and it's like you're rapping and you're already on beat. Sometimes when you export the stuff, like when you export it like from your DAW, like FL, GarageBand, stuff like that, sometimes some of the vocal could be like a hair or two to the left off. And I've seen that through a lot of people's stuff, including myself. So in that hook, it's just a little bit off. It's like just like a hair. It's not nothing bad, because it's like it started on the downbeat kind of thing. Like it's a weird progression. I don't know if you intended it to be that way, but that's just me being a stickler, and I'm a quietized head. So I be hearing things, gotta be bam. You know what I mean? It's gotta be right on the, you know what I mean, right on the numbers. You know what I mean? But that's me. I mean, it's still a catch regardless. I'm just saying, sometimes I want it right on the chest. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is definitely a great record. So, no further ado, what we're gonna do is just kind of rest our heads a little bit, because we just heard a couple tracks and we don't want me to get ear fatigue hearing different kinds of records, and I'll be like, well, this mix wasn't good, and then that wouldn't be fair. All right, so I'm about to put you on game. Literally. Let me show you why. So I was with some individuals that were Ableton. I was at an Ableton seminar. I couldn't think of the word. I was at an Ableton seminar, and they were always talking about mix and master. Like, what kind of compression you use? What kind of YouTube? What kind of reverb you use? Do you have a transient master and all that? And then you're just like, what? What compression? What? What's going on, right? So then you go to YouTube and you start typing your stuff on YouTube, and you're like, oh, well, how you mix a record? How you mix a track? What's the compression? What's all this, right? So you spend hours and hours and hours trying to figure it out. And then you finally try to apply the stuff. You get a little bit of it, but it's not what you need, right? So then you're like, so how do I learn about mixing and mastering? So there's a site I found that I think is going to work. And it's for us kind of nerds thing, game fan. So check this out. There's a website I found. It's called soundgym.com. Soundgym.com is a website where they actually make it a video game to learn how to mix. So, for example, they have it set up where um, you can actually log in here. You know, you start your training. See, the thing is, it's not necessarily about the mixing and what to do and what not to do. It's the ear training behind it, right? So you really might not know what to really hear for. You know, like you may have it like compression and be like as loud as good, and everybody else be like, "My dear God, turn it down." You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. So this website not only trains the ear on vocals, it does it on instruments, it does it on learning about reverb and things like that. So I'm gonna click a little bit. I don't know if it'll allow me to do it, but we'll see what the video says to make it easier. I'll just explain.
Music producers and sound engineers are all using the same programs, same plugins, same equalizers and effects. Yet only a minority create the deep-sounding tracks that touch millions. Why is that? Listening resolution is a glass ceiling that limits creative potential. The standout artists have top-notch listening skills, allowing them to sense subtle audio nuances that make a big difference. Can you tell which frequency is boosted? Which sound is more compressed? SoundGym is an ear training platform that helps you develop HD listening abilities. It lets you beat the curve. Get the skills you need to sculpt sounds accurately and eliminate guesswork. Sense when and where to cut or boost, avoid clashes, and have the technical freedom and confidence to transform your emotions into mixing decisions. Listen up, SoundGym is addictive. Play sound games, pass levels, get rewards, beat your friends and make it to the Hall of Fame. Take the challenge, in the studio or on the go. Join the thousands of members now to remove the glass ceiling and get measurable results within a month.
Yeah, I thought that was like pretty dope just to have that, because most of the time it's ear training. You know what I mean? So it actually works out pretty well. So you can definitely do that. I know they have a free trial with that, and then they have like a particular service where you can learn more and more stuff. Like you'll be able to literally focus on vocals or focus on guitars or focus on the beat or focus on all of that stuff. Yeah. So like I said, that's just something that you guys can use as a tool. So if you guys are really not sure, like for example, there's people out there that be like, man, they do the ciphers and stuff, and they'd be like, man, this dude's mix was not good because blah 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 and all that stuff. Well, now there's an ability that you can be able to fix that and change it. And what I've been hearing so far from the mixes, they're not bad. You know what I mean? It's just different kinds of scales of it. Like, I may tweak this here, tweak that there, but we're not perfect. So, the best way we can do is just, explain how this stuff works. All right. Now, here's another thing, right? Everybody's like, okay, well, my plugins suck. My plugins suck. Like, I don't really have anything, stop plugins and all that stuff. I got you. So now, if you heard of Waves plugins, back, like Waves, you see them in Pro Tools and stuff. Well, they work in all DAWs now. And what they got, what I didn't know, which is hype, they now do subscriptions for it now. Like before, you would have had to pay $400, $500 to keep the plugin and stuff. Check this out, dude. You can get a platinum package, $20 a month, and they give you 60 plugins. 60 different ones, like from the compression to the doubler, which is, that makes the voice thicker, especially if you're using auto-tune or something. From the de-essers, the fab filters, everything that you think of. Let me just show you. So if you get the plugins, you see the plugins, right? Comes with de-esser, it comes with Ultra Maximizer, the max bass. I wouldn't use that. Renaissance AXX, I like that a lot. True Verb is dope. Different ones. Wow, they even come with VSTs too. I didn't know that. So it comes with a piano, of course, the multi-band compressor to be able to compress all your tracks and organize it at once. Ultra Pitch, that's used for your pitch correction. This one's is waves.com, dude. Waves.com. That's the Waves plugins. That's the industry standard plugin company that everybody uses. So you can do it monthly or annually. Let me see what annually costs. You can, well, that makes sense. $200 a year versus $20 a month. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. but it includes all of those, and that's on the platinum edition, right? So that's what particularly can work that you can use too. Sometimes they got the custom packs where you can kind of pick and choose, but I wouldn't recommend it super hard because this is better to get the platinum. Get the platinum or the gold. You know what I mean? The gold looks like it's gonna kind of be in the ballpark of what you're doing anyway. Waves Tune is the same thing as Auto Tune basically. It's just a different platform that does it. But I recommend this. It comes with the filter, comes with the one knob, it comes with the smash attack, and the de-esser and the Vox, and it'll just make your vocal sound a lot more open and clear. And that's what I really like about those. So like I said, you would go to Sound Gym to be able to kind of learn what to learn and listen into the pocket, learn about the plugins a little bit more on a fun way, not just looking at YouTube for hours and trying to figure out what life is. And then you can grab one of these. And that's something I would recommend between the two of those, right? So that's what I would do at this point. So those would be the two things I would recommend when it comes to sound and stuff like that. But let's dive into, before that, let's dive into people who are just trying to figure out what their first setup. Do they have a sound? Yeah, they got a sound good button. It's called do it yourself. That's what it means. That's what it means. It means do it yourself. But like I said, having those knowledges in will definitely change your game. And it'll save you a lot of money when it comes to if you ever have to go to the studio or something like that and just put it up together. So there's that. So now here's the thing that people are like, yo, like, okay, I get it's mixing and all that stuff, but I don't have the microphone that makes sense. You know what I mean? My sound quality might be, you know. Yeah. Well, you know me. I mean, I'm a producer also. So I'd be like, I'm not going to say all that. But the difference is when you do it with a producer. Oh, yeah, they do have a subscription pack. I thought it was crazy too. And they have Maker Access. You see this here where you can actually start for free. They got free plugins to start off with. But now that Waves has that, that's going to change the game, period. Because now you have the leisure to learn these plugins and understand what it is. Because a lot of people look on YouTube looking for that sound good button. But the thing is there's too many variables that come into play when you're trying to do this stuff. Like, for example, yeah, they know how to mix vocals on their stuff, but they don't know how to mix yours. And you're trying to find templates to mix your vocal. You may get by with basic stuff, but it won't resonate with your core bass because it doesn't sound like you, if that makes sense. So by learning those kind of things, you can do it. Now, paying somebody to mix and master or something, I am not against that whatsoever at all, because there are people who have higher ear training than we do. But I always want to provide there is a manual way for you to be able to do this stuff. So that's why I wanted to make sure I showed you these things so you guys can kind of, so you guys can know, because they be wanting these rap cipher verses in like 2 hours. They'd be like, yeah, it'd be like Russians, but yeah, I'm gonna need a verse from you about Goku in like 2 hours. If you don't, I'll have to pass on to somebody else. Because you got the monotone voice. Shout out to Rustage, man. One day we'll do a record. One day. But that's just the funny thing about it. It's just knowing that kind of stuff. Yes and no. Believe it or not. Yes and no, because of the fact that if you're already mixing out a good quality, it won't downgrade as much. And it's really about how you render the video and all that stuff. But nowadays, since DistroKid and all that offer the YouTube music collection thing, people's quality has been up there now because they put a different master on it. So that's what's been going on. They put a certain master that ups the vocal level. Yeah, I feel that. But like I said, try out the free plugins. There's a lot of those, Jay. There's a lot of different free plugins you can use, and the stock plugins are fine too. But yeah, man, Jay, like 17 and kicking it, letting the girls know what's up. I can sing and rap. I hear you. I already know. So it's not a big deal at all. So those are the two I would recommend. Now back to what I say recording gear. And this is like, Jay, if you mess around and uh, your parents want to decide to invest or you get some money on some hands or whatever. This is another one. Now, this is Amazon. You obviously know what Amazon is. Now, I'm going to show you some recommendations on stuff to do. And it's not this stuff. So know that. It's just how it came up. All right. So what I recommend, my first ever setup when I ever, started rapping and things like that and getting my first ever setup, I got the PreSonus. They offer a lot more stuff than they used to do. You know what I mean? They offer a lot more. I'm trying to see if I can find that pack. Bear with me, guys. I'm gonna show you two different packs that I recommend. Yeah, I think it's this one. This is why I recommend one of them. Just for anybody who's starting out trying to do what they need to do. 150 bucks. It comes with the interface. It comes with, of course, the shock mount. Comes with a microphone. What the hell is LYX Plus Pro? It used to be MXL. That might be a different brand. It's the same thing, different brand. And then it'll also come with Studio One 3. Studio One it's kind of looks like Ableton or like GarageBand would have you. It's a little bit feasible when it comes to that. It comes with all the things that you're going to need. Comes with that, the shock mount and all that stuff. And that's without 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 the mic stand and all that. But like I said, you can get a pack like that. For $250, you got a mic stand, come with the cord, it come with everything that you need for $250. Mackie, yeah, that's a Mackie brand. It's just really what you prefer. Went from looking at an A2 2020 like 200, 400. I love my current mic. Yeah. Well, USB, before, you would frown on the USB because you wouldn't be able to get the full quality of an MXL, which is the actual physical cord. But believe it or not, the way computers have been developed now, the 3.0s are like there now. You know what I'm saying? Especially because, your interface is USB anyway. So whatever the feed is, it makes total sense. I mean, it just wouldn't be a middleman there. The only difference is the phantom power. And the phantom power is what makes, it gives you the maximum power to your microphone. And that's something that you want to do as well. Audio box, yeah. That was the first thing I ever got. Now, for anybody who's like on the newer level and things like that, the Focusrite looks like it's the go-to for a lot of people. I use PreSonus because that was just the brand I used at the time, but I've also had the Focusrite, and you can't go wrong with those. You can't go wrong with either of those interfaces. I mean, of course, they got the ones like the Apple G's and things like that, but for what you're doing for basic recording and what you're trying to do, you kind of don't need to go that far. You don't. I think those are the areas that you want to go to. Try your best to find the interface that comes with a program, especially when you're starting, because then you can kind of, play around and see, and for a fact that it will work. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we get our friends and be like, yo, I need to get an FL, I need to get a Pro Tools and all that stuff. I'm all for Pro Tools, but for simplicity, it can be a problem. That's the only thing about Pro Tools that worries me. Pro Tools has a crashing issue. It could be because of the fact of how strong your computer is. These kind of things are set up for the person who's just doing a simple recording of either their vocals, they're doing tracks, just like the basic bare minimum stuff. You said, yeah, well, the Yeti's really more for podcasts. That's why, you know what, that makes sense. You know how you rap with your aggression and it sounds like it's kind of like really, really thick? That's the reason, because that's not a condenser microphone. A condenser microphone takes out all that extra, like of the breathing and things like that, and it literally narrows down the vocal. So I think personally, Rap Night, to be honest, if you get another microphone like one of those, and then you use your aggression and things like that, you'll be able to mix that 30 times better. That would be like automatic change. What I recommend, go to Facebook. I'm telling you, you're going to laugh at me, bro. Go to Facebook Marketplace and look up microphones because there's a whole bunch of individuals that thought they would be rappers and they decided not to. And now they're trying to get rid of their gear and you might be able to get a steal on something dope. You heard it from me, dog. You might get something dope because of that. So go ahead and look for those kind of things. Those will be a great start. For people who are doing streams and podcasts and stuff, they have already the arm that connects and things like that. There's that. But there's one more thing I'm going to show you. If, let's say, you record in your house and you got you got family, got your little sister, your little brother, the dog barking, and doing a whole bunch of noise and stuff, right? I'm going to show you something dope. It's an investment of other than just trying to get the dome thing and you know what I mean like this kind of thing or like with the pop filter. I mean you get the pop filter, but I'm gonna show you something dope. So hold on 1 second, guys. I'm about to bring it over. All right. I should have brought it over in the first place. You know I'm not good at this stuff. So, this is what's called a Chaotica eyeball, right? This is something that you will put, you know what I mean? This is something that you could put over your microphone. I think I still have my mic on, so I'm sorry if it's echoing. But the way this works, right? I'm gonna take it apart. Now this thing about $200, but that's from Chaotica. So what happens is, it fits over the microphone, right? I got a Rode microphone. That's the kind of microphone I got. So the way this works is, you see, it's just like a styrofoam ball, right? So what happens is, it literally masks all the extra stuff that you hear in the house most of the time. Like I've seen videos where there were people who would record in the middle of the street with this thing on and they wouldn't even hear nothing but the vocal. Now, if you're able to invest in that, that may be able to solve some of that thing, and then you won't have the anxiety of rapping too loud or rapping too quiet or anything like that. So you can put that together like this, fits in here like that, and then you rap it. Blah, 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 blah. So it's called a Chaotic eyeball. I'm actually going to type it in real quick for you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to type it in right here. Yep, so it's called a Chaotica eyeball. It prevents the sound from, it's like, you know how you have like ooh, I'm sorry, 'cause the reverb is getting to me. I'm sorry, guys. You know how you're recording and then you hear all that Axis noise in the background and things like that? That's where, that's what happens. This is going to take, it's only going to focus on that one focal point. Like when I showed you the middle with the blue, it's only going to take the vocal. And it literally blocks everything out, damn near. And that's something that I was able to get. And then I've been recording my ciphers and things like that. So if you're wondering, how to record, like, wow, are you like in a vocal studio and things like that? Well, no, I'm right in my house. So that thing's about 200. I've seen there is a off-brand version, which is the same thing. I recommend this one, but it's the same thing. It's called the Altron 13. Let me look that up real quick. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Bear with me, guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna type in Chaotica. Oh, there it is, right here. Wow, it does not want me to click it, huh? Oh no, no, no. No, I did that so it could put it all together. It's bad. It's bad. It's still bad because I fix computers, so it's bad. I just wanted to make sure I had everything so it's all clear and ready to go. But this is the off-brand one, dude. This one's called the Alctron PB8, and what it looks like is it looks like this, but it's just like a hexagon or something. It's still the same concept, but there's that. So those are two things I will recommend when it comes down to recording level. So there's that. They don't have it through Amazon for some reason, and it usually sells out because it's really inexpensive. But what I'm telling you is that if you use the Chaotica eyeball and you got that microphone and then you got all those things, you're going to be together 100%. The plumbing noise in the background. Well, you know what? It really does. Shoot, I mean, what was the story? 2 Chainz recorded his entire album in hotel bathrooms because they have a ambience reverb, like a natural reverb. So don't really sleep on that stuff. You know what? You know what, Nerd Night, man. All right. You right. You right. You're definitely right. Cool beans, cool beans. I'm just checking everything, man. Oh, okay, Stacy's here, Zach's here, Ayo's here. What's going on? I for some reason it doesn't let me see the Facebook messages. It only lets me see the YouTube and Twitch. I just don't understand. So my bad. So now, no further ado, we're gonna go back. And the next record I'm going to go into is Jixplosion. We'll just start from the beginning.
Secret code.
Feeling like Albedo, I'm the Geo and the Elevate. She want the sex, so I'm telling her I'm free to play. My artifacts dripping on my bay. Easy bags full of cash like I'm from Liwei. Facing me then shout like shout as a plunge attack. Whether you a child that's bowing to my godly plans. Try to find a goat, you laugh like a zombie. She's out of stone, now I'm fin above the down lake. Dipping, then I'm dripping with the ice coming cider while I'm sipping on the venti. They be sucking in the battle, then we meet up in the chapel, get the holy liar. Pull up like Senora, then I leave him holy liars. Oh, I don't lose, I got a fuse, they skirmishing like Scaramouche. Gathered all the deers and the birdies like a night of Zeus. I don't play around, they be foul, how they chase the goose. Leave him like the winery, leaking with the apple juice. Aiming like I'm Ganyo, then I leave him Ganyo. Seeing horns on my head, evil with the Ganyo. Hearing the cha-ching, how I'm rolling with ka-ching. I've been high and flying with the reputation, how I got the wings. I be chilling with the plants on the ground, we're just fine. I ain't even feeling all the temperature in Dragon's Spine. Blow you up like clay, now you're looking like a pedophile. This is my domain and you ain't even a trial by. Rest of the week, I'll be spinning for the wife.
Okay. Now you see what I mean by the importance of taking your time, because when you hit the pocket, it allows the track to breathe. So I was hearing this flow and I'm like, okay, this is smooth. And then I'm hearing the beat afterwards. And then it kind of gels and puts everything together. You know what I'm saying? Like literally it sandwiches all together. It doesn't seem like it's too much or too little in between. I like those. The one thing I will improve is that the compression might be a little harsh, but that's only because you're trying to match not the aggressiveness, but the bass and the 808 of the beat. So you're trying to make sure that your vocal kind of stays in the middle of it, which I understand. It's not something I'm mad at. This is something that, if a person with a trained ear would be going for. Wait, hold on. I can't say just popping saying you to go for. I'm all right, dog. I'm just fine, dog. I'm tired of individuals always telling people are bad at something and don't have a solution. So the best way to do it is, it starts with you. And that's the best way you go about it. Let's rock.
fools. I got snakes all around me like I'm
King
Baizu.
Darren,
Tell
what
me
up?
that I'm fire, use the elemental sight, dude. Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus. Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus. I got snakes all around me like I'm Baizu. Tell me that I'm fire, use the elemental sight, dude. Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus.
Sound hit your ears, la la la, like I'm Barbara. Splish splash in your puddle just to make you Mona. Linking up my squad like an interstellar constellation. Smoking all your forces and I ain't talking condensation.
Firelight to look, but my destiny's to be the traveler. Shocking with the razor, you ain't even try to battle us. I need my 75, how you breaking down? Sorry, I'm just venting out. Spirit on the blade, you won't make it now.
I'm a sucker for little smooth moves in there. I'm a producer.
Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus. I got snakes all around
Copy,
me like
what
I'm
up, man?
Baizu. Tell me that I'm
Come on,
fire,
bro,
is the
man.
elemental
Just
side,
vibing out.
dude. Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus. Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus. I got snakes all around me like I'm Baizu. Tell me that I'm fire, is the elemental side, dude. Rest of the week, I be spinning for the waifus.
I'm a sucker for plucks in the song. It just make it seem like you shopping in a store, and you know that you probably got like $20, but you just went there for a snack run and be like, I'm gonna get some chips and then some pop. Then I'm gonna do it and not gonna stop. That's what it reminds me. That's why I be thinking. Maybe I'm just hungry. That's probably what it is. But it's about taking your time. And you know, when you're doing the song and things like that, and the most important, I'm not reacting, I'm actually reviewing it. Reacting would be like, oh, I'm super hyped, and then you get the people who are like, you didn't even know they had that much energy in real life. You know, they just be like, oh, this is the most fire thing I've ever seen in my life, and then you be thinking like, you all right, bro? You know, like, you ever seen some of the reactors that be looking at the video, but they look like they broke a sweat? I'm like, man, if reactors is doing that much, man, we need to get like six packs or like athletic trainer endorsements or something. Like, we need Gatorade to come by and be like, you see that reactor? The Gatorade is in him. You know what I mean? like that kind of thing. I be worried sometimes. I'll be like, I don't want this. I mean, I appreciate that he enjoys my song, but I don't want this man to have a heart attack, and then now somebody gonna call me and be like, Mr. Cooper, were you aware that somebody was reacting to your music and then they decided to have a heart attack? Is there something that you're putting into the music that's subliminal that we don't know? Come with me, sir. Come with me. You know, you don't want to be like that, man. You know what I mean? I thought this man was gonna do push-ups afterwards. He was like, yeah, I'm hyped. That makes me want to do something, like go to work or cook dinner or play with the kids or watch Billy Blanks, something. You know what I mean? So it's just really about it. But the review I can say is it's definitely a great record. I hear that. I can hear that being something that can be mainstream and stuff like that if marketed correctly. And I like the fact that it's kind of a love song, you know what I mean? And those are really, really great positions to go with. So that's the best way to, you know, do that kind of thing. And the most important part, and I want to make sure that we stress it enough. Have fun. Have fun making these songs, man. Like, in this world of the situation, right? Everybody's gonna get that one track that everybody's gonna like, and then everybody's gonna get that one track that people kind of like, and there's gonna be that one track that only a few people like. There's people who still like it, so look at it like that. Yeah, YouTube algorithms. You know, we all want everybody to see what we're doing. We all want the fan service. We all want fans to check out our stuff. We want them to react to it. But at the end of the day, it starts with you. Have fun with it, man. Make the music because you enjoy it. And that's the whole concept of nerdcore. It's not because not too many people are in this bag or it's not as competitive because a lot of us nerds are introverts or things like that. It's not about that. Just have fun. Music's supposed to be fun in the first place. When you first recorded your first song, period, what did you think? Man, I'm about to get a whole bunch of money for this. No, the first thing you said was, hey, bro, hey, friend, hey, mom, hey, dad, hey, somebody, check out what I just did. Keep that same energy when you make a song. And I guarantee you'll get better because you love doing it. If there's anything I can give you in 16 years of rap experience and doing songs and making albums and making projects and making beats and doing anything creative, make sure you always keep it fun. Because if you don't, you'll find yourself in a particular place where you're just trying to please an audience and you're going to start making stuff that you kind of don't really love. And then you get this weird feeling about it. Man, wait till next time when I play you one of the first records I ever did. I am nowhere near where you guys were when I did it, when I started. It took me a long time to get there. I promise you. When you hear this record, I'm going to play like from another time. I don't have it on this computer right now because it's new. But I'm telling you. Yeah. Well, you know what? Funny story, dude. I almost got to that point this year. And I normally never get to that particular level. And to be honest, it was because of the tier list. And it was because of the other things. And let me explain why. It's not because I was at a lower level or, you know what I mean? It's not like me being bitter about preferences and things like that. It's just, it's hard to grade individuals who never really did it before. It's hard to say, yo, you need to stop because this, and that. And it's just like, there's a jock version of the nerds. Remember, the nerds are the people that everybody, you know, was like, oh, they're losers, they're geeks, they don't want to mess with you, things of that nature. We always ran into that stigma from the bullying to the stress to all of that stuff. And it's just not cool. You know what I mean? Like it's weird. It's like how could you be like the king of the, you know, the nerds or whatever and then put down other ones? Like it's crazy. But the thing is about it, you know what I mean? Like the thing is about it, it's like everybody has different stages of life. And you have to understand that, okay, this person doesn't know how to count bars. Okay, this person has a delivery issue. Okay, this one has a breath control issue with that. Somebody has a mixing issue. We've all been at those particular positions. So instead of us saying, oh, his mix is bad. Oh, he can't rap. He can't deliver real quick. Oh, he has a hard time saying these words. Oh, his enunciation is really muddy. Okay, that's your preference for listening. But what are you going to do about it? What are you going to tell that person? You're just going to be like, he's just bad? Do something about it. Be that person. If you see an issue, say something like, hey, bro, I know you're trying to do this, but, you know, to me, your delivery was kind of off. You ever try doing this? And sometimes, most of the time, you know, they'll be like, you know, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. Or your compression's too loud. You know what? I didn't think of that. Especially if they find that. And then that's how you not build a fan base. That's how you make a friends, man. That's how you make a community. That's how you do these things. Like for real. And that's why Diggs is one of my good friends, man. Like Diggs and Afro and Rap Night and all those guys, you know what I mean? I've seen them climb up in the beginning. I've seen where they've been. Period. And that's what you do in life. Like Frosted's an individual I've known for almost 10 years, longer than that. He was here when I was starting Nerdcore, and I didn't even know it even existed. This is 2009. This is before JT Music was JT. He was Skull Cruncher 13. I'm from that era. You know what I mean? One of the songs I made was on Bungie.net's front page. Back when I was playing pro in Halo 3 like back in 07, 08. It's about literally building friendships. And not friendships so you can get clout, friendships so you can grow together. If you want to be successful, hang around successful people. Period. and putting other people down because if you don't like somebody's music, I'm not telling you to go gun ho and be like, it's okay, buddy. I'm not telling you to do that at all. All I'm saying is if you're going to say something to somebody about, about their music and stuff like that, keep it constructive. Don't make it like you're insulting another individual. Oh, this shit whack because blah, 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 blah. Don't do that to people. And that's for anything. Period. Because that doesn't mean that that person isn't willing to learn. And since nerds are already introverts and kind of shy and don't want to do something, and they finally put themselves out there and say, you know what, I'm going to make a song about one of my favorite characters right now. I got the recording gear, I'm all excited, and I'm ready to do it. Here comes somebody else. Yeah, bro, you should stop rapping. It's only my first song. Oh, it doesn't matter. You should just stop rapping. Well, what can I improve on? Well, just don't improve. You just stop. We need to stop that. Period. We need to stop that. And that's not even music. That's producers, that's film persons, that's artists, that's graphic artists, that's people who have dreams, dude. Stop doing that. That's all I'm going to say on that topic. And that's why I'm here today. It's not about clout or people noticing what I'm doing or getting a buzz. If it's the same 3 people that come in the chat every single day, I'm going to wave to them like it's 3 million. This is how it's going to be. That's just life. But, it is what it is, I already remember all that stuff. But you're right, Rap Knight. People are scared. But that's okay, though. I think all of us were kind of a little bit afraid when it came to, recording our first song. I think we all been there. Our first artwork, our first music video. We've been scared of all that. And that's just how society is, just trying some stuff. Yeah, you did, Nerd Night. We did have a conversation about it for sure. But yeah, so the next record I'm about to go into, and I'm excited to do this. The next record I'm going into is, since I'm playing Call of Duty right now, and I'm going back into the pro bracket. That's why I've been doing that, because I got a lot of stuff musically that I'm getting ready to do when it comes to scoring games and films and stuff, that I don't want to make it where I'm doing this so much that it's not fun anymore. And I don't want to be in that space again. So what I'm doing is I'm going back into that bracket. So this one is by Ninethy Music. He is the homie, but I will not give him the homie pass. If he messes up, I'm going to call it. He knows I'm going to call it, and we're just going to go from there. So it's the Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War rap. Know your place. What's wrong?
Snap the trap, they think it's whack, but the ups are back in black red jack. Our nation's tack invaded, we clash, should have taken a task, did you vote for that? Cause on paper it's mad, they had paper it mad. Hit 'em harder than mail ballots, taking out the red fast. At fire range, you are in dire straits. Feel the tunnel of love when I start with the pro pipe, won't overcompensate. Load up the guard, they about to get splattered. When I hug them like a haddock, they about to be battered. This ain't a chippy, I ain't chipping at your forces. We go in covert operations, leave them more contorted. Call me the baker, I be making dough. Got the green on my screen, yeeting yeast at my phone. Got the gold on my guns, load out, name Sprinter. I'm a brother fun, all facts, no printer. Presidential power plays will win by then. It's essential we eliminate the Trump cards by then.
All right, now this is something I want to say. Now, remember about taking your time and things like that? That's still taking your time. See, the thing is, where you can also do is what's called is stretching the word. And that's something that, let's say you said something and you think the line is short. You could stretch the word. Like he was like, bye, then. You know what I'm saying? It's the concept of a bar. and he's basically separating the phrases. Like Big Sean is very known for that. Like Big Sean and Drake, you know what I mean? Uh, it's like I'm going to ball out chemo, you know, the spacing. And that's what makes, that's what makes the gaps. So you don't necessarily have to worry about it. Now he's going double time half speed. And what that is he literally has a particular pocket of how he wants the rap to be. Um, the one thing that you follow, it could be the snare. The snare is the guide to where you want to do where the bars and everything are on beat. But he's rapping to the synth. I don't know if he knows that, but he's rapping to the melody of the synth to keep the rhythm of the track. So there's ways you can rap over the rhythm of the track and then kind of keeping the matter of the snare. And I think that's why a lot of people do their double time and they get kind of worried because they're like, I don't know how to count bars. And I could understand that. Like before, I said before when I was like, you guys gotta learn how to count bars. That's just me being a frustrated as a rapper because I've always followed the foundation. But when I sat down and understood was it's not necessarily that. They're just doing it subconsciously because they are looking and rapping to the melody. They're rapping to the melody first, and then they hear the snare to make sure that they stay in the pocket. But there's a lot of people who do those double times, and that's what happens in traps, in trap rap, because of the melody is going to be your trigger. It's like instead of rapping at 1, 2, 3, 4, they're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's just a different time measure with that. So there's people in pocket of that. But sometimes when you do a lot of double time trying to rush it and things like that, it can sound off beat. And that's the problem. Yeah, I remember telling you that. But that's what I had to notice. And I had to sit down and understand. I was like, how did they not know? And then they'd be on beat. It's like, oh, because it's subconscious. And I had to think about it as a producer because I also make the beats as well. So when I hear the melody and things like that, I'm already thinking of the drum. And that's because I'm from rapping over boom bap stuff. So like the melody is there to be in its secondary, but it's the main drum and the snare and the hi-hat is what drives the pocket for me. For me. And I just had to understand we all learn differently. You know what I mean? Like another story before I go right into this. Actually, I'll finish this up and I'll just go into it. You're gonna be shocked. Trust me. Let's go.
Go on, better use your head or you'll lose your head if you choose the Reds. It's a cold war, better know your place. Do not show your face if you can't run the race. It's a cold war, better use your head or you'll lose your head if you choose the Reds. It's a cold war, better know your place. Do not show your face if you can't run the race. It's a
One last thing. I like the fact, like I said, I'm very happy and surprised that I'm finding more artists that are rapping about the substance topic, but they're not just throwing in bars. You know what I'm saying? There has got to be at least 80 to 100 weapons in Call of Duty. Different perks, different everything. I'm telling you, there are so many references to where he did. And what he did the method that JT Music is very popular for. They were the first people, I'm just being honest, just for what I know. They were the first real group of individuals that literally gave a synopsis of the entire game. That I could look at their video and know what the game was about. And that's like, it's character rap, but it also is a marketing tool as well. So, for example, if you make a clever track like this, which I'm digging a lot. So if you make a clever track like that and you submit that to Ubisoft or something like that, there's a possibility, that happening. It's Meg Thee Stallion Nerdcore. You know what? No, not at all. You know what? Not at all. She's a fan of the culture. Like she's a fan of the culture, but yeah. You really, I'm just being funny. Let's go.
Over the dome with the temperatures freezing. Sweat's gonna pour, the tensions aren't easing. Step to the floor and bent on your reasons. Why you wanna send the vets for 4 seasons? On the side of a closed door secret. Incoming threats but people can't see them. Exchange cash, that's president's meeting. On the low down to keep it between them. Theories of a missile base, even though there's little trace. Rumors on each side is give and take. Oh man, what a fickle state. Spies on the line giving tips and takes. Pride with an eye that is fixed on fakes. Hit them where it hurts, integrity revealing things they hate. Oh, they don't want it now. Chips are on the ground, so the lions stand attention to the anthem.
Now you see the gap, and then he literally goes right into the singing part, and it goes really, really smooth. That's what I mean by that. Like having those bigger parts and breaking them into bite-sized pieces and things like that, it could really, really change the game of your flow. It really can. Because there's a lot of big words that you can say, and to do it where it needs to be, and it can fit the vibe of it being lyrical, but sometimes punching, going straight to the point, and just kind of, breaking it down, that what makes you a problem. Ninethy is overrated for that. I mean, not overrated. Not overrated. He's underrated for that. Because that's something that a lot of people need to, go where it needs to. You know what I mean? Counter Quest is where it's at also, because that man's a fucking problem.
More, they don't want it now. Whispers in a crowd. Lockdown, that's an L that we handle. Send them to the medic bay. Hose them down and let it spray. Choose your side, it's all about the voting like a Reddit page. Bruises where the pellets graze. Losers don't get medals. Make society collapsing. Don't be underneath it where the case. Go war, better use your hand or you'll lose your hand if you choose the rent. It's a cold war, better know your place. Do not show your face if you can't run the race. It's a cold war, better use your hand or you'll lose your hand if you choose the rent. It's a cold war, better know your place. Do not show your face if you can't run the race. It's a
better be a fallout. Call me Liberty Prime, breaking peace with a call out. All the enemies must die. I got Perseus in my sight, at the mercy of my snipe. Got the dirtiest of dice. It's the journey of the spy. Ain't no James Bond, he'll be double low than heaven. He's shaking on the dirt, 6 feet under's where we send him. I serve my country through the hot and the cold. Our enemies are brainwashed, we just do what we are told.
You see that? Our enemies are brainwashed, we just do what we told. You know what I mean? You can still do the double time stuff, just triple it. You know what I mean? Just kind of, you could do a stop, like a red light, green light kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, our enemies are brainwashed. This is what we do, we're told. Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? So that works out too. For the OPM cipher. And after I got that Connor verse. Yeah. Connor's a problem, man. Like, shout outs to him, man.
Go war, better use your hand or you'll lose your hand if you choose the rent.
Oh, another thing. Ninethy makes his own videos, okay? That's a talented individual. He does all of that. So not only that, he does the live action stuff. He literally creates everything in one box and makes it packaged together the best way possible. And that's focusing on the craft. And that's not just music craft. That's just craft in general. So the more things you can learn how to do yourself, the more efficient you can be for not just you, but for your peers. Think about it like that.
It's a cold war, better know your place. Do not show your face if you can't run the race. It's a cold war, better use your hand or you'll lose your hand if you choose the rent. It's a cold war, better know your place. Do not show your face if you can't run the race. It's a
I rock with that. I definitely rock with that for sure. So, like I said, you outdo yourself on this stuff, and you kind of don't give yourself as much credit as I want you to. Keep going, keep doing what you need to do, and keep thinking outside the box of the music that you make. You know what I mean? And like I said, you have fun with it, man. There's endless opportunities, period. So, I'm going to go into one more, and then I'm going to go into some new stuff that you guys can learn about too. That's going to be a game changer for you. So the next one I'm going to go into, let's go into Nightbreakers, Cyberpunk Rap, Upgrade. About to rock right into that. Wait, hold on a second. Actually, I like that. I like that a lot. That is cool. That is cool. I'm with that. That's really, really, really using your head and looking out for individuals. I am for this so much because you don't know what somebody is going through. Shout outs to you for that. Let's go into it. That's cool.
Ángel la ciencia.
Hey, this is kinda couple bodies, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, this is kinda couple bodies, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, man, I started from the bottom. Top boss when I walk in. Yeah, not bottom the talking. Yeah, gonna drop you to BS and I'm coming in the bud. Think I'm proud of a man of God, so we'll see what caution. Cyborg when I pop him. Yeah, better Robin and John, leave the body, better ride.
Now you see what I mean by staying in the pocket? No. And he's rapping to the melody more. He's rapping to the melody and he's using the 808 to keep him in track. That's also another way to rap is what I've been seeing. So as long as you kind of got the pocket, you know, just kind of move like that. That way you be like, hey, you know what I mean? He's able to, you know, put the swag in there, you know? So let's keep going.
Years 2077, media's come a ways. High tech everywhere you look, but you still gotta pay. Using on my earnings, I got Glocks on my person. Bet shoot yourself, I'm coercive. If I do it, you'll be hurting. This is kinda couple bodies, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, this is kinda couple bodies, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, this is kinda couple bodies, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, this is kinda couple bodies, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, time for an upgrade. Yeah, got a chip in my head, better run this through. So I'ma chip off the old block. Came here as a refugee, and the stress was be nuclear bombs. Ain't no one safe, everyone's gone mad, I'm an outlaw. Even church ain't safe, if we punked out in the worst of ways to get caught up with a corporate agent. Johnny Silverhand, I'm ahead, I'm a target, keeping on my feet, or dearly departed. I refuse to be extradited, I'm a messing fighter, yeah, your death's arrive, I never been lying to me, is interesting for a minute, leave.
You see what I mean? It's the he's trying to stay in the pocket with it, but it's not 100% like spot on, but it's just kind of like you know how you use quantize and everything, it's like completely strictly solid line to line to line to line. There's that, and then there's people who kind of freelance it. They call it feel. They rap over the feel. And it can, you know, it can work, but when you hear where it's like, it's just, sometimes you got to know the snares and all that. And yeah, the vocals are kind of low too. I do agree with that. But it's only because the beat might be too loud. It might not be necessarily the vocals. It might just be, since the 808 bass is taking over, you know, is literally taking all the headroom away, it'll make like the vocal is behind the beat. And sometimes that can do that. And that can also trick you and trick him to not know that certain things are not set on. So it's really just about making sure that the beat is at a certain level where you can hear your vocal. And then when you can hear the vocal better, then you'll be like, okay, now I see how I can say this better, or I can see where this might be just a little off. Because I have a feeling in his head, he was probably rapping it right on the beat. He probably was feeling that he was right there, but it just might be a hair or two off because of maybe the recording, maybe he was moving, he was like, yeah, da 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 da. You know what I mean? It could be that too. Sometimes moving, it could be, you know. But that's what happens. So let's rock.
My crew and they'll always be indebted. To strike out, there's a harmony, so keep taunting me because they're never gonna get it. Where'd your pride go? Ooh, that way. Think you top dog? Pick a match. Hey, I commend all of your bravery, but I've been built for a scrap. It's survival of the fittest. Die within a minute. The revival is beginning, finna come to the limit.
I heard a punch. Sometimes like when you'll hear like somebody finish a line and they just automatically abruptly come into that. Um, I'm one of those people that try to do one take, like if it's gonna do a verse or whatever, and that's fine. But you gotta. But the best way to solve this problem, if you guys are ever doing punch-ins and things like that, rap with yourself the last bar and then finish it like that. That way, it kind of disguises it. It's in the same energy, the way you said it, and you don't have to worry about it not sounding where it needs to be, or the enunciation or the emphasis is not where it needs to be. It's able to solve those things.
Pin the title on the winner. Lion is within him. I'm a rival with a criminal residing in my inners. Got a couple bodies. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Got a couple bodies. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. This has got a couple bodies. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. Time for an upgrade. Yeah. This has got a couple bodies. Time for an upgrade. Yeah.
See, the thing is, the record ain't bad at all. You know what I mean? It's just we just tighten up a couple of those things, and to be honest, it's really just clipping the wave and dragging it over a little bit. That's what I'm saying. It's minuscule stuff that you can fix. But like I said, that's about it. That's experience at the end of the day. It's about experience. Period. So, what's the next thing we're gonna go? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take questions right now. We'll just kind of give our head a little bit of a rest here, and I'm willing to answer some questions. Like any kind of questions you guys got, like from industry questions or questions you want to ask me or whatever. I'm willing to answer. So go ahead and leave some questions below. I'll answer some stuff. Go from there. I don't hate Uzi. What makes you think I hate Uzi? I never said I hated Uzi Vert. Where'd you get this from? I do not hate. You know what? All right. I hate Uzi because all my friends are dead. Yeah, bro. I'm taking some requests. It's cool. Yeah, we can definitely do that. I'll put that in the list. I'm just saying. Would you be cool if I sent you some of my beats to look at? Of course, man. You can send it to my email, like it's markcooper.com, like or at gmail.com. It's all those places. Yeah, I know I am. It's cool though. I mean, old heads have a job. Bills to pay. uh, but the funny thing about it is that you get experience. And then when you get experience, you don't get mad at the things that you normally would have got mad at when you're like 22 or 23. It hits different. Oh yeah, the revival track. Yeah, sure. I could definitely do that. I'll make sure. I'll definitely have it for the next show because I already have my set for this one. So I try to do only 15, probably about 15 to be easier. Yeah, man. Of course you're gonna get checkmated. I'm older, right? I was supposed to know the moves before the moves is made. That's how it's supposed to be. Only the rappers that cook. I only beef with rappers that cook because they're the ones that can make the burgers. Because if you beef with a cook that makes beef, you got a double cheeseburger. That's how you win. Get the cheese. I wish, man. I wish to be able to do a Eminem Mark Cooper. That would be fire. But you know what? I'm not throwing it out the game. It's possible. I mean, you just gotta work at it. One day, who knows? Maybe a song. Maybe, who knows? Your internet ain't trash, man. It's gonna be okay. This stuff gets recorded and all that stuff anyway. Just making sure I'm covering everything. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you can't hate me. You like me. It's cool. Oh, for Volcar, you were wondering about beats and stuff. I'm about to change the game again. So, now, we are very fond, the majority of us, we are very fond of getting the beats from YouTube, right? We're very fond of it, and that's fine. It's easy. You can meet with the producer. Okay, cool. Let's say you're a producer in what part of Detroit? No, not 8 Mile. I'm 7 Mile. Welcome to Good Burger. Yes! That's all I need in life right now. Actually, I would love to go grab a burger right now or make one or something. I'm going to do something like that. But I am 7 Mile, West Side, sir. 7 in the Lodge. So you know. Showing you a producer thing. Now, this is called Chordify. Chordify is a website where you can type in any kind of song, YouTube video, and things like that, and it will give you the key and the scale that it's playing in. Let me show you. Ironically, this is up. I don't know why. I think it's in country or whatever, right? So you click this. Click the link, right? So you can play the song, and it will literally play what the chords actually are that are based in this particular song. So for example, let's say we'll play this, right? Playing this song. So let that load up, because that's just how the world works. They just want to load up. Ooh, that's bad. Okay, all right, I'm about to play something else. Hold on, guys. All right, I'm gonna type something in. Okay, I will put in. What's a song that you guys would like to hear that just like a nerdcore song that you think about that you'd be like, yeah, I would really like to know the melodies of it. You know, Fable. Let's go look up some Fable stuff. Oops, I probably spelled that wrong. Please do not tell him that. So, you just look it up. I probably still spelled it wrong, didn't I? Nope, I didn't. See? Now, you can see this stuff has already been chordified. So, if we go to the Say and Rap cipher, right, with Rustage and all that, it already gives me the notes that it's played in. So check that out. Hopefully it'll actually play now, because this would be a really bad day for examples. What? Okay, this is awful. Anyway, what it's supposed to do when you go on your YouTube or whatever, you can make an account. I believe it's only $12 a year for a subscription for it. So not only that, it also has to transpose it. So let's say you like the way that sounds, but you might want to do it in a different scale, right? You can click this, and it'll literally change the scale of how you want that. It'll be the same notes, but in a different scale. And here's the thing that messes with you the most. You can speed it up. You can find a part to loop it. And you can export the MIDI. So you can put that right in your DAW, like your FL, your Ableton, your GarageBand. The MIDI files of it, like the keystrokes that you use to make your music and stuff, you can put it there. And it could be in your different chords. Like it could be in your, if you want it in strings, or you want it on your 808s or anything. And that's the cool thing about it. And then here's the thing too. You can just have it just play the chords, mute the music, and then hear this. It's a trap beat, so you know, obviously it takes a little longer. Let me shoot, most important part. You can upload the record too. You can upload a song. So for example, let's say you like how a certain beat is, right? You don't have to do it through YouTube. You can literally upload a song. You know what? I should have just did that. I'm sorry, guys. So you can just upload a song. Go to downloads here. Okay. So that'd be one of the things I got, one of my beats or whatever. So it's uploaded, and now it's chordifying it. So now it's digging through the beat to find the main chord lines. Now it's not going to get all the all the intricate keystrokes in it, but it's going to be the play, like the chords that you need from the basis of the song. So it's not like it's fully like in plagiarism. It's just learning them. And what's cool is that you could be able to hear how they are. So this is the song. It's one of my beats. Then it goes E minor. I'm glad it sounds familiar. You should just stop. Just so you know. All right. I know Black personally. So he's trolling because he just wants to. So I'm just gonna let him do what he needs to do. Yes, I'm gonna send it to Uzi later. I promise. I promise you. I'm gonna send it to him. I promise. So now we're gonna mute the sound and we're just gonna go with the chords, okay? Normally it would be like, see what I mean? And that's a pause. See what I mean? So that's just the chords by itself. And you already know that kind of sound like. So let's say I wanted to put it in D minor, right? So I start from the beginning. Pause. You know what I mean? Just in case if you ever get in the melody block, like if it's something like, if you like like a Bee Gees record that you like, or anything like that, and you kind of like the feel of it, but you're having a hard time capturing it as a producer, and then you can create something of your own. So that's one thing I really like about Chordify. And then afterwards, when you're all done, you can just click MIDI, or you can print it and literally make it sheet music. Can you play all three at once? Yeah, but that's what it is. It's the chord. So when you get the MIDI, it is all played all three at once. It's not one note. It's a D minor in the seventh. It should be a diminished seventh if I know correctly. But yeah, that's something that you can use to help out on the producer stuff. Now, also you heard that was a sample, right? And when we do music and stuff like that, we worry about sample clearances and making sure, we cover our bases and stuff like that. And then they're like, I don't want to go to samples because I'm worried about not getting them cleared. I'm going to put you on game. So there's another website that I'm actually, friends with people and I'm a part of. It's called tracklib.com. All right, cool. I just want to make sure because it wasn't loading up. Tracklib.com is taken as a single chord per note being highlighted. Yeah, you can do that. It'll allow you to go deeper with that. I was just kind of showing you the surface. You'll be able to do all that stuff. So, tracklib.com is a website that actually has registered, cleared samples you can use. Like literally already been cleared and things like that, and they actually have a particular fee. So let me explain how crazy this site is. So let's say you look at inspiration samples like electronic, hip hop track. I mean, they got all types of artists that you never really heard of before that have kind of the same feel of things you've been looking for. Like for example, let's try one of these. This is the highlight one right now. But I'm going to show you something. You know what I mean? that would be me where I would chop it. You know what I mean? Just have that loop back like and then slow that thing down. Be like, I mean, that's me looking as a producer, looking at that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know, dude. But they give it to you in a high resolution or high quality wave when you download these things. So when they allow you to download them, they're only like $1.99 per track at first when you do that. But I want to show you something that's important about how this stuff works. So they have it where it's a subscription base where you can get 15 tracks for free, 30 days, only $6 a month. So the licensing, this is the most important part. Wow, they actually have a video? I ain't going, all right. But here it is. Most of these samples you're seeing are category C. You're right, I don't. You caught me. Throw me out in space. But then again, wouldn't I be a producer because I know about the space it takes to make a track? Okay, I guess we're moving on. Anyway, so the way it works is that based on the rarity of the sample, you know, it's the categories. So what happens is, let's say you pick one of those tracks and it's $2, right? And you sample a certain part. You can honestly get the actual license to clear the sample, and it's, you know, it'll be literally $50 per license. Now, depending on how long or how much you sample, here's the percentages right here that will explain to you how much of an actual, you know, revenue share you have with them. So what's cool is that most people are anywhere in the 15 second round, you know, anywhere that. It's between 2 and 15 seconds. Most samples are like a loop is like 9 or 10 seconds normally. So you're looking at maybe like 2% of sharing the revenue. You pay $50 for the license, and then you're able to put it on a project with no worries. So that's a good way to look at it. And then that's where, you know, you'll be able to register your stuff and things like that. And that's why I really like this page. Like, I really like this platform because I usually go to vinyl, and I've sampled through vinyl, but it's hard to get in touch with the publisher. It's hard to get in touch with the people who are the licensing company. You get the runarounds, and then you try to put out the song, and then they put it down because you didn't get it cleared, and then now you wasted studio time, money, and all types of stuff putting into a record that you weren't able to really clear because you didn't have the connection to do it. This eliminates that because the same kind of musicians made music for these guys too. There were set musicians at these studios. So there could be people who sound like the artists that you know. Like, for example, 21st Century sounds damn near identical to the Jackson 5. Like, period. And then just having that vocal and be like, yo, that's pretty dope. You know what I mean? You'll find people who are kind of like each other. Arlene, what's going on? How are you? And you just got to look at it like that. You look at, you know, those particular comparisons, you know, the possibility is endless, especially for a producer. So they have that. And then they also have like blogs where they'll talk about, you know, how to sample certain things. They have little things like that. They have beat battles in there so you can, you know, flip a sample for a contest. I've seen Just Blades on there. I've seen Redman on there. Like, those are the real competition stuff. So they got all that, samplings, learn how to do certain things with that, how to pick soul records and things like that. So there's that. So you go to tracks, and here's the thing that's really, really cool, I think. You go to genres or whatever, or inspiration is what I like the most. You go into inspiration of what you're really looking for, and then they have a search. They have a search situation where you could be able to figure it out. Like, some people have preferred things, but it's really, you know, digging deeper. You could be able to learn different things, rare stuff, ambience, typing in certain things you want to search for. It's just a lot of different stuff you can do. You can easily start. And what I found out too is that, let's say you don't want the whole song, you just want a certain loop. You're still paying the $2. You ain't gonna get out of that. But but you can take that one loop that you like in here. That's where they have the loop player for. and you can just take that part. Take that part, or download that part in the quality that you need it to be. Then you can just go ahead and keep working. I recommend, of course, getting the whole song because you never know what other parts you want to put in there later. But if it's a certain part of that record that you like, you can be able to hear it in real time, be able to and that's what I like about that. So Track Live and Chordify are my recommendations on producer stuff. You know what I mean? We all, as producers, we all want to get better. We all want to figure out certain samples and gems. And then for the people who are in the higher ups, we trying to figure out where that hit is and what will it take to make sure that we cover all our bases. So if we really do make a really dope record, we're not ass out because the sample can't be cleared. And I've seen a lot of producers kind of fall short because of those barriers. This is one of those kind of sites that will eliminate some of it. Now, when I started it before, you know, the tracks were like, yeah, I'm okay. But since it's been like a year, they got more of a catalog, more stuff, and then you're able to branch off on that. So that's why I dig that. Alrighty, so let's go back into the tracks here. I just wanted to take a little bit of a break. All right, we're going to go into Anime Cypher Volume 2. Oh, this is the Dizzy, I think this is the Dizzy contest. Let me see.
Water flowing in my veins. Time to show them what we're made of. I will make sure she's safe. Now it's time to be a savior.
Let's go. Water breathing, how I move. You go ghost if I shoot. Wonder of things that's true. Sort of fire my fuse. See that's a black out for you. I cannot win. Surely I hush around now. Nobody's be growing and stalk this wild. Pull up my blade full of pressures around here. I think you're gone like your town. Man, I've been goat. It seems like I send your body coast to coast. Now you're floating in oceans. Water ferocious. Beast I will need it. Will both stay as worse cause I see through emotions. Yeah, you go let me sonic how fast then I dash my abilities. So breathe max. I will pass out a moment that matter. The facts. See, I'm all about loyalty. Don't need no racks. Yeah.
Let's take it back to the start. My heart was broken when you left me in scars, and things were hard, but then she survived. My family died, but I'll make sure she stays by my side.
All of my power mysterious, but if I'm serious, nearly like good things fierce, cause me and my place they got bodies for they see you one of.
Okay, I'm liking the flow. I'm liking the tone of it, and he's trying his best to enunciate all the words where he can to be clear. What I've noticed, and I try to make sure, the reason why I close my eyes or I look away from the screen is because that's the lyric videos are giving me a crutch to understand what he's saying. I should be able to understand what he's saying without it. So that's why I close my eyes with that kind of thing, because sometimes you'll be like, okay, I get what he's saying, and then it'll be like, it'd be clear. So when he starts rapping the songs out like in a performance, he's already crutched because there's no lyric video really when you do a live performance. So I kind of look at both of those when it comes to it.
Fighting you're delirious, yeah. No matter your cup, I've got a fatal splash. So your HP will surely be low. Hey, I'll reach the I'll even slash for that. So don't mind if I say that you're slow. Yeah, send me through hate, calling my fate. Beating up by evil to save, although she remain. Hit 'em in, this is the way. The rise from stage, we surely ahead of this road, cause we is hate, yeah. Hey, get the wind, then it's time to go. Even for us, what is true, cause we're orange snow. So my enemies will think that I'm on a roll, cause I haven't brought the season fireball. Yeah, present vicinity, see my ability, interest the heritage. Rest in reality, see I would gladly be facing a lever, yeah, dismiss the arrogance, yeah. See all I do is protect it when I bring the water, then you're surely out, yeah. I bring the heat with the ties to the know that I'm strong from the north to the south, now, yeah.
Water flowing in my veins. Time to show them what we're made of. I will make sure she's safe. Now it's time to be a savior.
That's a really nice way to end that record. No, I think the vocals were fine. The difference is he's missing reverb, and I think he was worried about that echoey sound. What you could do, yeah, cause that chorus was, yeah, that was really, really nice. Like, I really like the touch of that. Whole Super, what up, man? How you doing? Just kind of going through different new nerdcore kids and kind of, you know, check them out and see where they're at. Yeah, but I think he just needs just a tad bit of reverb. You know, like when you look at a drum set and then they have the little it's like a rubbery gel based thing that they put on the drum. That's something that moistens the drum or the snare. That way it's not like super dang, dang, dang. It's something that just kind of moistens the drum so it can be more of a solid strict sound. I think he just needs just a little bit of a reverb under it. I would say, if you know what I'm talking about, when it comes to the wet, I wouldn't have it leave 20%. Anywhere between 15 and 20% would be the sweet spot for him. I think that'd be good. That way it doesn't seem like it's just really just like the vocals like I'm out here. You know what I mean? It'd be more of an eased into it where, you know, it's not like I'm literally right now it sounds like I'm listening to the vocal separate from the beat. Even though it's on beat, but it's like I'm listening to a beat and then there's somebody over there talking to me as I'm listening to a beat. That's what it sounds like right now. You know what I mean? Well, of course we all laugh. Yeah, I'm out here, huh? But that's the only thing that I see a problem with that. Other than that, the vocal part is smooth, and if he's hearing it, you know what I mean, still keep singing, man, because that's really, really good. He can really lace somebody's track with a vocal. So if you guys haven't hit him up on like a singing tempo level, he might really put a touch to a record, for real. So, yeah, that's really what it is here. Hey, Nerd Night, don't I have something from you? I thought so. I just want to make sure I did. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to go to the next track. I do not believe this is a Nerdcore track. I think so, but I think it's not like on the anime character rap type stuff. So this is Abstinent, and Anything It Takes. I'm with that.
Hey, the end of the world won't wait. It's already been taking place. All your enemies, friends, all fakes. They'll do anything it takes. Okay, the end of the world won't wait. It's already been taking place. Enemies, friends, all fakes. Survive anything that it takes.
Think I won't snap, throw hands, clap back, you'd be wrong. With one song, I can do all of that. In a call and response, what's that? Glad you asked. I'm here to educate, don't misinterpret the facts. Extra, extra, this is a news flash. The underprivileged are rarely first to attack. It's a dark motivation to be yearning for cash that's then getting taxed for us to keep earning it back. So we turn to the tracks, alleyways, outbacks, any ways we can make any change, and that's whack. I'm trying to find a solution, and you should be too, so the youth we're producing can do whatever they wish to. That'd be cool. Can you imagine? Just picture a world where anything can happen.
Now, this is that taking your time, what I'm talking about. This is one of those situations where it's intricate and the aesthetic is fitting where it's needed. Personally, where it comes to the hook, I just hear a lot of, you know, there's like 3 or 4 different vocals where he's trying to make it sound like a group sound. Normally, kind of reverb takes out a little bit of that. I would, like what I said about ad-libs before. If you're going to do it the hook, personally, I would try my best to say it exactly the way you said the hook. Because if you do it exactly that way, it was looking for, and then you can put a little bit of reverb on it and just a tad bit of delay, and you can still get that same effect without it having 3 or 4 different vocal takes in it. That's what I would recommend for that. And other than that, like the flow is just fine. There are some things where he could sharpen it up a little bit, but that, like I said, that's all experience. So I can't, you know what I mean? I can't really grade you on experience if you haven't done it a while. You know what I'm saying? All I can say is that's what I can point out, and that's what I would improve on.
One that's not so bigoted and so old-fashioned, where love can be distributed free and not rationed.
Hey, the end of the world won't wait. It's already been taking place. All your enemies, friends, all fakes. They'll do okay. The end of the world won't wait. It's already been taking place. Enemies, friends, all face to survive anything that it takes.
Another story of evil looking good in the face and asking why you always make it about race. You're the pot, calling the kettle what? That's what I thought. Now sit down and shut up. The bad apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Not one good apple in the vicinity. Rudy tooty, fresh and fruity, do your duty quick or leave. If you knew me, you would truly not be pulling at my sleeve.
See what I mean? You see, by just having it where you just taking it slow, and then you come out of nowhere like, tutti frutti, anybody wanna follow me? And I'm thinking about I rap it like I'm ABC to G. See? You know what I mean? It makes it fun. So they'll be like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, that's great. And then that's what you do. You just give a little teaser of how you gonna rap in the first verse, and the second verse, you know, you going out there and you doing your double time where you do your little flow swag stuff, but you also, you know, have a main point that you're trying to explain. You know what I mean? He's trying to explain about things that's, you know, things that's unfair in, you know, in justice and Black Lives Matter and things like that. So there's an actual political record, but it's really just, you know, it's about the way you deliver stuff. You know what I mean? There's a difference between, you know, how people like how Eminem delivers the way he does his music, and then there's people who like the way that Lil Wayne delivers his music. I mean, it's just a matter of the audiences and what delivery they prefer. Yeah, I got you.
Wish that this just didn't have to happen. I'd rather be smoking and napping than making beats and rapping. But my anger is a catalyst, scientific reaction. No more blatant inaction that's lacking in passion. Not letting social distance limit social interaction. There's a method to my madness, it's contagious. Hope you catch it. I'm giving you all my energy. What you're giving should match it. I'm about to start cussing. Dag nabbit, that's blasted.
Hey, the end of the world won't wait. It's already been taking place. All your enemies, friends, all face. They'll do anything it takes. Okay, the end of the world won't wait. It's already been taking place. Enemies, friends, all face. Survive anything that it takes. Hey, the end of the world won't.
It's just basically the hook again, so it's no problem. But that's what it is. You hear what I mean by about the hook, how it sounds like 2 or 3 people saying it, but they're not kind of saying it at the same time. That's where, you know, sometimes it can be a little clashing. But other than that, I mean, it's a dope record, period. So there's that. So the next one I'm about to go into, let's go into this Miles Morales rap by the dude No Limits. Can't wait to hear that. Let's go into it.
Swinging through the city, decked out in the black trip, new hero on the scene, jumping off with the backflip. Took the leap of faith, and now I'm next in line. Morales the last name, but you're miles behind. From the NYC, you my DIE. If you up against me, then it's RIP. Learn from the best, and you know I got next. Different from the rest, think it's time we put it to the test. God's mighty sense, you won't catch me off guard. One man army leading justice like a vanguard. Soul charge, hit him with some bioelectricity. I'm John Cena when it comes to zero visibility. Handle situations with the spider versatility. Keeping barred up, the Spider-Verse thrilling. See spitting venom on the gang. Spider versus enemies, these entities, I'm ending these and leave behind a legacy. Rocks.
Check this out, dude. My man's No Limit. I'm noticing something, and I think it's something I think that's helping. It's not you. It's not your voice, not your recording. It's not anything like that. I don't know what it is, but I think you got to find a compression that fits you. Because your voice has a lower tone, kind of like me. Especially I got a little bit of bass in the voice when I'm rapping and things like that. So it could be 2 things. One thing I'll recommend is in your mix, see if, like with your EQ or whatever, take out the low end. Take out a little bit of the low end with it. Because what happens is that beat, you know, that bass, bam, you know what I mean? And since your voice is it's got the monotone set up and it's got a little bit of a lower, try to take some of that low end out. When you take that low end out, compress your vocal, and I know it will pop out more. Also, don't be scared to turn the beat down a little bit. I know it's about YouTube and making sure it pop, it's banging, you know what I mean? You know, but that's like on a master. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You just gotta take the low end out of your vocal, not the beat. Don't do that. No, nobody want to hear no elevator music tracks. You know what I'm saying? Especially over rap, unless you got a bag. You know what I'm saying? So you might get paid a couple hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, my music playing in the elevator. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'll be having the same issue having the EQ at the low. Yeah, that's some of the problem because everybody wants it to bang so bad that sometimes doing that gives it room for somebody to turn it up. Like a perfect example, okay? Like think of what's the perfect example for that? Perfect example. Okay, I got an example. It's a lasagna example. Okay? Now think of the noodles being the base. Normally you think noodles are thick in the base, and then what happens? It's got the sauce, it's got the cheese and all that stuff, right? The cheese is like the melody, the sauce and all that is like the wrapping, the main core of the track, right? So what happens? Normally people want the base. So the base is the noodle covering everything else. Now, when the song's trying to pop up, it's stopping it right here. It's not fluctuating. You know what I'm saying? So if you thin out the low end of certain things in each kind of track, now it's moving, now it's saucy. Now you can stick the fork in and be able to grab everything that you need. That's the only difference. So if you do that, then you can, then you got more headroom for it. And the thing is, they put in a thick noodle and then you got it in a pan, right? And the pan is how loud the track can really be. If you thin it a little bit, now you got room over the top. So whatever you wanted that noodle to really stick out, now all you do is just turn up the volume. You turn up the temperature. And now it's still the same nice condensed record, but now you can put it all together. Well, I'm starving, bro. I'm sorry. I am. I'm just letting you know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what it is, bro. Because people forget that, like it's not necessarily always the beat. There is bass in every instrument that you ever see. There is a bass low end on everything. Man, I don't think I'll be able to. I'll be doing this till 10 o'clock and no close. I might want to hook up the El Grilled cheese. That sounds like what my life's gonna be tonight. So beyond that, but always remember that there's always bass in everything that you do. So if you feel that you want the bass to pop, that's why a lot of records have minimal instruments, because all they want to shine is that kick, that snare, that 808, and whatever light sound is, like a flute or a string or whatever. They don't want no bass in it, and that's why the track sounds so open. That's why all the hit records are doing that regular 808 thing, and that's just what it is. I might pull you up on that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna you text me. That's a friend of mine, though, personally. You text me that I will text my order. I promise. But let's continue, okay? That's the only thing about it, bro. Like, the pocket is good. The lyrics is good. The way you're saying it is good. The choice of music you're picking. The quality is good. That is the thing. You have all of that. Now it's just those little small tweaks that's going to put you from a 7 to a 9. That's all you need. And that's why I said about the sound gym and all that other stuff, which I showed earlier in the video. I'll make sure I relay it later on because I know people came in later. But let's go back and do it, dog. Let's rock.
And in the underground, better stand down. Never broke a promise and I won't start now. From a zero to a hero to the very best around. Hit them with the venom till they're all on the ground. Boxing in the underground, better stand down. Never broke a promise and I won't start now. From a zero to a hero to the very best around. Hit them with the venom till they're all on the ground.
Young Gonzalo with that black and red, but I am not Shadow. I'm Spider-Man, I came to battle. You put up a fight, I put you in the gravel. Let's get it started. Grabbing my suit out the closet, jumping out the window of my apartment. My inspiration came from Peter Parker.
You see the difference? His voice is not as deep as yours. So that's why it kind of sticks out, and he has a particular kind of twang in his voice. Because that's just, you know, that's his particular rap voice. Finding your rap voice is very key too when you get better in experience. We all don't like, you know what I'm saying? We all don't like we don't like our voice when we rap when we start. And I'm a victim of it too. Sometimes I hear myself and I'll be like, my dear God, turn this off immediately. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a matter of getting used to it and finding the particular sound that you're looking for. And that's what happens. That's what it is, Limits, bro. It's just your voice is deep. We just have to mix accordingly for it. That's all.
Parker, inspiration came from daddy and mama. I put myself in the danger on purpose. It ain't safe, but surely it's worth it. If Peter need me, I'm there in a jiffy. Bioelectricity, you can't kill me. A lot to lose, a lot to prove. One side to choose. Not the old Spotty, but I'm the new. Save the city, then go back to school. Yeah!
Roxing in the underground, better stand down. Never broke a promise and I won't start now. From a zero to a hero to the very best around. Hit them with the venom till they're all on the ground. Roxing in the underground, better stand down. Never broke a promise and I won't start now. From a zero to a hero to the very best around. Hit them with the venom till they're all on the ground.
Find your rap voice by rapping. You know, that's a good point. That's actually very funny. Yeah, but that's it though. Now, Aiden asked the question that a lot of us trying to figure out. But how do you find your rap voice? Well, I mean, Black is absolutely right. It is rapping. It is rapping. It's constant experience. Some take a little bit longer than others, but it's really the hours of work. It's like literally practice of recording and things like that, and do that. And you know what? I got another answer for you. Also, finding the way that your rap voice is, sometimes it comes from the inspirations of the rappers you listen to. You know what I mean? Like, some of the people I listen to, I mean, a lot of people can know my inspiration. Like, my inspirations like M, Royce da 5'9", Cassidy, Fabulous, Bone Thugs and Harmony, just the technical rap. I am a technical rap fan. And I'm a huge battle rap fan as well. And I watch those to understand the art of deconstructing a word. And that's something that's also can help your pen game too. To be able to deconstruct a word into different kinds of pieces. Like for example, what's a good example? Wow, I can't even think of one right now. Wow, that's crazy. Hey, wait, guys. Somebody said, you want to become famous? You can buy followers, Prime, and viewers on whatever link that I don't understand what it is at bigfollows.com. Moment of silence for that, please. That man looks sus with the red, the red default, I'm here, stormtrooper stuff. Appreciate the look, man, but I'm alright. Anyway, that's something you want to do with that. All right. Let's go on to the next track here. All right, we're going to Afro Legacy, Promise Neverland rap song. Now, here's the thing, that there's certain people that do say stuff. They say stuff about people from the UK. And what they say is there's a tendency, there is a thick accent that makes sometimes a little bit hard to decipher, not decipher, but, you know, kind of a clarity issue. And I think what I think is the solution is, I think it's the same thing as Low Limit's problem. I think it's the same. I think it's the same issue. I think because there is a thick accent, because it's thick, sometimes it can be hard to hear. So the lyric videos help them out when they're doing that. But one person I know that started to change that. There's actually 3 people I know for sure that have gotten really good at that. That's Suavity, Afro Legacy, and Connor Quest off rip. I mean, of course, you know Dan Bull and everybody else, like Dan Bull and Rustage and all those guys. I get it. But I'm talking about the people who are on the come up of this particular era. They're starting to figure out that it's not necessarily it's the accent, it's using, knowing that that is a barrier and a problem, and adjusting accordingly to the music that you make. And that's the main goal when it comes to making this kind of stuff. So we're going to go into Afro Legacy, and we're going to go into Escape. And like I said, to be fair, I'm not going to look at the lyrics. I'm just going to close my eyes for, okay? Because that way you do it. Oh, Holla and Carter Sauce are on this. Nice. So I can be able to get all those guys. Let's go. All right?
Everything's so crazy, but I will do what it takes to keep them safe. The people I once trusted are gone. Now all I see are children circled by snakes. I don't know what to do. Feel trapped like I'm stuck in glue. Move fast, I know we can prove humans are stronger than food. Follow plans, work as one crew. Games of tag, it can't fall through. Trust us, please, you have to.
It don't.
Humans will
It
be
definitely
back
don't.
for you.
Race against the clock. Escape.
We will find our
We
way.
will prevail, we will escape.
We will not back
The time
down.
has come. We'll go. Escape.
We will carry
Race
on.
against the clock, escape.
We will all us.
Trapped in these walls, yeah, but we ain't facing titans. The screaming voice is cool, and we know that we can't fight them. We're frightened, heart pounding, just come down. Looking at the situation, no one else here making sound. Figure out the problems and we'll analyze the outcomes, get our done. Cause when I roll, it's like we set the good to stun. I can see your brain is numb, in the end we're getting through. You're a step ahead of me, when I'm 3 ahead of you. Not playing, training briefly, everybody here is suitable. We'll climb the wall, the curtain cooler, through our skies our roars will ring. Not saying that it's easy, but I'm saying that it's doable. Refuse to fool, we'll lose it all. I'm sacrificing everything. Don't let
You see what I mean? Like, you know, when he goes into the certain words, let me see something here. Like through the skies, you know, like the D's and the B's. I don't know who mixed their vocals. I really don't know who mixed
Not saying
many of these guys.
that it's easy, but I'm saying that it's doable. Refuse to fool, we'll lose it all. I'm sacrificing everything.
You see what I mean? It's those, it's like doables, and you know what I mean, like the ones that are like really big bass, low level tones, like the D's and the B's. Mostly a pop filter is able to fix that, but that's what he's got to do. Like, you know what I mean, Afro, if you still here, you know what I mean, I'll tell him later. You know what I mean, that's the homie. But take out that low end a little bit. You take out the low ends with that, it can definitely happen. Like, just kind of cut those on the vocal. I think everybody forgets that. You just kind of, you know, round it off a little bit, and then maybe turn your I'm talking in mixing. If you're gonna use a filter or something like that, EP, that's what it is. But yeah, her hook is very, very clean. I don't know who mixed her vocal, but if she did, she's a legend for that, because that's very, very clean, and you can hear the differences. But the thing is, at the same time, Holla's a higher, you know, an alto type of sound. and then you got, you know, Afro that's a little bit on the lower side, and then I think Connor's like in the middle. So it meshes really well. It's just a matter of how you're gonna mix those particular vocals at that time. That's just really what it is.
Don't let it be for nothing, keep this promise, just escape. You're smarter than you know, I believe this fight is fate. Don't wait up, please just stay alive. I'll be fine, and Ray, see you on the other side. Race against the clock, escape.
We will find our
We
way.
will prevail, we will escape.
We will not back
The time
down.
has come, we'll go, escape.
We will carry
Race
on.
against the clock, escape.
We will all escape.
I'm the one who found out too much, learned the truth and had to learn how to keep my mouth shut. Cause if I spill my guts, then mom would spill my guts, and then everyone else here would be order up. But now I see that there is no other way to survive. Emma, Norman, and I had a plan to contrive. Have to make more than A's to keep mom off our backs. Now I'm double crossing my fingers that I will not crack. Now it's all coming together, calculating. I'm like Sasuke and Elle did homework that had a baby. Maybe if I could distract and deceive, read a book under a tree, keep her eyes on me.
See, he's taking his time, but you want to make it sound like you're not reading the lyrics and stuff. I'm saying that, but I'm not saying that what he's doing is bad. Everything's on point. Everything's good to go. But that comes with experience. Once you look at this 6 months from now, you'll be like, oh my God, like I can't believe I used to sound like that. That's experience. Everything is experience at this point. It's just something to point out if somebody hasn't yet. That's what I do.
Then everyone else can find a way out to be free. Maybe I can even catch up if fate lets it be. But for now, I can deal with this house, and you can bet this ray will burn it all to the ground.
Race against the clock, escape.
We will find our
We
way.
will prevail, we will escape.
We will not back
The time
down.
has come, we'll go, escape.
We will carry
Race
on.
against the clock, escape.
We will all escape.
You know what I like the most about this record is that Afro was able to incorporate everybody in the song because it's about 3 characters and made it as in it's a togetherness in the hook, and that's awesome. And what I like is everybody had their own part of the hook, and that's really important sometimes in making certain things. It makes you're more attached with not attached, you're more attached to the character values because of each one. I feel like now I feel that, and then Holla was able to gel everything together, and I like that. I like stuff like that, and that's creative, and I like to see more of stuff like that. Everybody else is coming with heat, you know what I mean? And I want everybody to know that just because you're not the main super big subscriber, or you don't get picked for these ciphers, or you know what I mean, don't stress that. Just keep making dope music like that, because there are going to be people who follow you because they love the music that you did, not because you are in this particular. Ciphers are supposed to be fun. They're not supposed to define your career. That's just real shit. So that one works. So we'll go right into the next one, which is actually Carter Sauce. I mean, I got a chance to see it, but I want to see what he does with his regular records, because he may have been forced with this kind of song, because I've heard his other stuff. It's more boppy, you know what I mean? It's more, hey, da-da-da-da-da, hey. And this was probably a different kind of song he had to write. So I'm going to listen here and see what is happening.
Watch NFL games live all season long.
No, I'm not.
YouTube TV.
I'm not doing that. I don't know why they asked me to do that. So I mean, it's a little bit more bops.
Side of sauce? Hey, yo. Okay.
Random noise and ad-libs. He's ridiculous. I mean,
Not a single part of you will linger. That's what it means to disperse. So go ahead and give me a finger. Now let me show you my curse. Kinda like I got a split personality. Demon King and me be looking for mortality. More like he's a cursed being in reality. MK the way I'm giving these fatalities. When I drop in, got him saying whose line is it anyways. I tend to improvise and I put them all away like I organize. But I guess that I could use the exorcise when I
See what I mean? It's probably that song wasn't his pocket yet. It was a serious record, and he was trying to match the tone of it. And honest, it's probably because of the different selections of beats that he normally chooses. That was kind of out of his target zone, or his not target, his comfort zone. So he was trying to fit the feel of the record, which I can fully understand. So I didn't want to make it seem like, he sounded like that. Then you hear other records and be like, oh, wait, what are you talking about? I mean, he does it like this. And that's, it's not fair. So I wanted to hear what he's got from here now.
I give up the jackal, you better go hide. You'll get 4 arms right to the eye in that fight. Even though my inner demon's control is denied. But hey, I mean, the tats are pretty tight. Not Jason Todd, but I got the red hood. Leave you red in the hood like I said that I would. But instead, I could leave you dead right where you stood. Treat it like a game, then you better get good. Pink-haired Harry Potter on a crutch. Emotionally invested when I throw a punch. Think where there be slaughter on a hunch. Cause I can't get these fingers at KFC for lunch. Not a single part of you will linger. That's what it means to dice first. So go ahead and give me a finger. Now let me show you my curse. Kinda like I got a split personality. Demon King and me be looking for mortality. More like he's a cursed being in reality. MK the way I'm giving these fatalities. Got the blue fist thinking it's divergent.
He needs a little bit more compression on the vocal. Pop out more. Either that or he needs to just turn the track up, honestly. I think that's what it is.
Dauntless, who's tris clean as detergent. Nervous when you know I'm lurking. So cursed, even Tim Burton burned it. That's disturbing. Punching through a wall with no cursed energy. I could be the answer, put him all in jeopardy. Not every proper death is dying elderly. In peace, you can rest while we turn you to a memory. Show him the shonen boy is a golden opponent and not a showman, but roaming and hoping to help in the moment. The components of emotion can be potent in the open. They coping and hoping that they land up blowing while I'm loading. Got me rolling, they better call a phone in while I am flowing. Feel like Ronan or Odin when I'm owning them like a slogan. Rated like Logan, the way I spoke in every curse's poem. They slowing so much it looks like they frozen while both my mouths are foaming. Not a
Get out of here. That is what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. That. I can tell he's having fun with the song. That is what's going to get you to different places. I'm not saying that Carter Sauce is the example, but the example is having fun. It's fun to be a little competitive with the bars, and you know what I mean? You could do all of that. We all become rappers. We all do that kind of thing. But man, you take that track that you feel the vibe and you stick to that. Because once you got that and everybody likes the kind of thing, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But be open-minded to try out new things. And that's what he did with Afro Legacy stuff. I'm digging this because I can feel it's his pocket. So if I ever did a record with Carter Sauce or something, this would be the kind of record I would pick. Or something that's in that element that complements them. And that's a good thing about songs too. When you make your collabs, don't make the collab because they have a higher fan base than you and then you think it's going to give you a come up. Don't do that. I understand your marketing plan of that, but if it's a record that fits their style or their feel, you have a lot more success that way. And you want to look at it like that.
single part of you will linger. That's what it means to dice first. So go ahead and give me a finger. Now let me show you my curse. Kinda like I got a split personality. Demon King and me be looking for mortality. More like he's a cursed being in reality. MK the way I'm giving these fatalities. Hey, yeah, spitting hotter than lava. They like, you cool with having a demon in you. I'm like, Sakuna Matata.
Nice. Yep, make the beat that fits the collab, man. I don't think a lot of people do that. The furry strike again. You silly. Stop it. Leave them people alone. Oh, you are? Okay. Hey, man. I mean, whatever make it bop is what matters. Okay. Next one I'm going to go into, I'm actually going to go into a rapper. I hope it's here because I saved it. I don't know where it went. It's like things disappear. I'm not really cool with that. Okay, the next person I'm gonna do is verses. I had a certain track I picked of verses. What did I pick? I remember. You know what? I'm about to pick. I was gonna pick originally another one, but I'm like, nah, I'm not going to. I'm gonna do something completely different. Hold on. He said I'm never correct. Don't listen to me. Listen to NK. That Carter Joe is impressive. Oh yeah, NK, you gonna be next, dude. So just so you know, I'm just trying to figure out the next one here. Yep, I'm gonna go Eddie Brock. Nah, I'm gonna stick with what I had. I'm gonna go with the State of Mind. This is a newer one.
End of the world, 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 end of the world. End of the words, you're trying to save it, well don't bother. If that's all she wrote, well I'm the author. We'll be falling into madness, I'm the source of it. It is harmless, let it consume you, become heartless. Fighting against it, it is dauntless. My target's like a marksman, father son is my next target. In the darkness due to madness, how your common sense was sharpened. Blocking out the light that blinds you, is lying to you. Preaching that it will guide you. If Lord Death steps to me, I will handle it. I got new drip, and I'm lit just like a conduit. I'm not darkness, I'm the realization of the things that you can't deal with. What you want can't be the way I'm indifferent. I'm something that you started but you can't finish. I'll do what needs to be done. Common sense synthesis, I'll bring about the end of this reckoning. And bring about the end.
My soul is resonating, I feel it.
Okay. Alright. So because I know Jamar Rose and all those guys, when it comes to verses, because I have conversations with him all the time, especially when it comes to like different kind of mixing and stuff like that. Here's the thing. I know the inspirations where it's kind of like the older golden era type of feel inspirations and things like that, like from like some of the newer cats that I know personally, like Clear Soul Forces, Big L, a lot of those inspirations I hear in those. Now, the one thing I will say where it comes to improve on is that you're hitting the pocket. The pocket is good, the swag is good, everything's on beat. You wear where you need to, you're where you need to be with that. But there are just certain gaps, like where, for example, like when you start, I know you put it in the question marks, which is cool, but it's just certain pockets where you kind of leave a gap maybe a little too long or something like that, because I know what you're doing. You know what I mean? I know you kind of like bring it back in, I think an act in, a brain phone to forever acting, thinking, well, I'm matching. I mean, I get that. It's just the matter of the pocket. And I think the best thing I've learned starting out, and it's not an embarrassing thing also, when you're doing stuff like that, leave the metronome on. And the reason why I say that is because when you leave the metronome on, when you're doing breaks and gaps like that, the vocal to wherever those points are. So if you were meant to say it that way and then it just kind of didn't fall in the pocket the way you wanted it to, you could easily move the vocal and it'll fit it where it needs to be. I would do that because I know your situation of how you're recording, and it's going to have a latency whether you feel it or not. So that way you'll be focused on the quality and making sure that they can hear it. But sometimes it's the pitch. I think that's what it is. I think that's what the issue is. I think that it's the latency of how you're recording. It's off a hair because it's not going to record 100% spot on unless you're like on a PC that got a power. Oh yeah, it's annoying as hell. Believe me. I'm talking about after you record. You can do it when you record if you really want to be sure. But if you're doing something that's kind of swagged in the pocket and then you kind of, going on the downbeat, and then you're bringing it back, and you're basically what's called cadence. You're using your cadence in the rap, but you want to make sure your cadence hits on those sharp points of the track. That is the only thing I can really say. The lyrics is good, the delivery is good, the breath control is good, the quality is good. You're getting better more and more with time. That's just the little things that you got to do. It's the little stuff that's going to change it from a song that somebody likes and think is cool in a song that everybody's like, that shit is dope. And it'll be just you moving the vocal a hair to the left will change everything. I'm telling you. Little small stuff that you do with your mix is cool. I'm 100% with the deep voice Kendrick Lamar feel, because that's a lot of times is normally that. Like Kendrick Lamar does that a lot. You could take out the low end a little bit of it, just kind of peak it a little bit. Just kind of peak it. Now, like what I mean by peak it is I'm sorry, not peak it, curve it. So like if it's the lines like this and you got your low end, try your best to kind of curve it like that. So it kind of round it off, if that makes sense. You do that, it'll make it stand out a little bit more with that. And like I said, all vocals have bass. So if you take out a little bit of the low end of your vocal, it'll sound a lot clearer. However, if you take too much out of it, it's gonna sound like a filter with nothing but high pass, and there's not gonna be any depth. So it's gonna sound very, very thin. So be very particular when you do that. Other than that, you golden, man. Because at the end of the day, it's really about experience and learning how this stuff works. You just got to learn the way you record, the way you do your voice and things like that, and rapping, aggression, whatever. But since you have experience with doing vocal work, it's not going to be that hard for you because you're already in a light where enunciation is 1,000% key. You're already there. There's a lot of people who don't have that element yet. So you're ahead of... Okay, we back? I don't know. I think it just lagged for a second, guys. I'm sorry.
Got me a trooper, all I'm knowing is slaughter. Your mind is filled with madness. This is the end of the world. I gotta do something. Father was right, I should've listened. Gotta resonate at crazy levels to finish this mission. If I die, oh well, put the whole world on my back for this last attack. Okay the blackest of stars, do a jack to the king of death. Hold up, what am I doing? This is my last chance. I leave it up to you, cause with death, this my last dance.
Now, there's nothing wrong with being addicted to peace. The status put up in your lane is deceased. The 10% inside my class is really hungry. All my students will eat. I pray my children never witness defeat. It's been over 800 years that I've been shedding my tears and that I've been witnessing fears. And now I'm a god, so you better praise and revere. Deep in the blood, I'll be know what you're going through, man. There's no...
See what I'm saying? It's the cadence in it, but it's still hitting where it needs to. So when you're doing the double time, a lot of people will stop on the line like they stop on a bar. But you see how he continued going through, but the word still hit on the 4 count. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's, those kind of things are important. That way when you're doing the fast double time thing, it fits right in the lane of it. And that's something to master. And that's a skill to learn once you get to that. And that's breath control and knowing where those parts are. It's like continuously going, knowing that the drum is doing something else, but it's still in the same line of beat. You know what I'm saying? It's like literally, it's like knowing it. Pretty much knowing it, like, yo, you know what I mean? It's like, it's the feel.
No, but it's tragic, covered in ashes. All of your happiness coming in backwards. I carry my spirit while yours is fractured. Actually, you and your apathy really has another person going through madness. It'd be a tragedy. Your star is blackening. Pray for my children so they won't go through their sadness. I am the guardian of the world. I'm holding you in my hand and knowing that what is real shall prosper. Don't try to purge it all of the peace that carries throughout the land. It'll only lead a land to the slaughter. Madness.
Slaughter.
See what I mean? That's the only thing. That's the only thing with it, man. It's just literally moving the vocal and finding the feel. I think you're recording in like a form of a latency. I think a lot of us have that, and we have to adjust accordingly because we'll feel like it's 100% on beat, but when we export the song or whatever, it could be a little bit off, and you'd be like, how is it off? Sometimes it's the CPU power, so like when you put the compressor and the reverb and all that stuff on, And if your system can't handle that, it's gonna might build a delay because of the room your CPU has. There's that too. So it's really about even the equipment you use. So sometimes I know it can be painful to do it like that, but sometimes just apply the certain things that you need, save that vocal or wherever you think it is, and then open another session with that vocal chain, and then apply whatever other stuff it is. If you're in a situation where your computers or whatever you're using is not powerful enough, that's another option that you can get away with that. Yeah, once you get your Mac tower, you're gonna be gravy, bro, because you're gonna have an actual external power source, so it's not gonna be much of an issue. Alrighty. Okay.
Watch NFL games live?
I don't know why they keep telling me to watch this. I'm not. The Lions lost already. I'm not watching it. Okay. All right. The next one I'm going to go through is an artist that's part of my team and things like that. And I thought it would be a really good example what I mean by breath control and understanding. No, I'm not. I am not watching it. Okay? So I just hope Tom Brady win. That's just me. But her name is Crimson Alchemist, and this is literally one take, all vocal with the microphone and things like that. So we're gonna go into it. She's got a thing called the Kill It Crimson series, and she's rapping over different types of beats once a week. So if you guys haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to her and check this out. She rapped over that Big Sean Nipsey Hussle record for the challenge.
Look, I've been at it since the 90 comments at Cash Tech. Don't have step, this been loaded with integrity, ambition, and mad prep. We ain't talking meep scores, niggas, so be warned. Anatomy each side, I never heard of reform. The missing piece like Fifth Element. I'm spitting on mics right despite the slight speech impediment. Break a nigga down lyrically, he loses relevance to the point SVU tries to find the evidence. Funny, I already had my quirk, which means I ain't had to wait until December 21st. A hereditary power, I done had it since birth. And I ain't talking no bills unless I'm paid my worth.
Now, what I want to say is two different things about microphone performances and things like that, right? Make sure you can see where her hands is right there. It's just showing that she's not cuffing the mic, because when you cuff the mic, it covers all the air that's necessary for the microphone. It'll make you sound distorted. So there's certain things that happen in that aspect. But this is just her recording, you know, over a regular PA speaker or something like that. But in a performance with speakers and stuff, you'll hear that. Also, you can see where it comes to the breath control is that she's constantly making sure she's breathing, and it's all one take. You feel what I'm saying? Once you get used to doing a lot more one take situations, you'll be able to get through, you know, you'll be able to build that muscle memory and, you know, your lung memory to be able to go through these things in one take, and that's when you know the songs and things like that. Axe, I already covered you, my dude. People subscribed and did all of that. It was a very dope track. I really like it a lot. The only thing I was saying is that when it came to the hooks and stuff, I just recommend saying it all the exact same way and turn a little bit of the backups down, put a little bit of reverb and maybe like a tatted delay, and it'll be able to give you the same sound that you were looking for. That's what I said about yours. But moving on, this is what I mean.
This the shit that would've made Proof and JD proud. The city see the light despite being shrouded in clouds. The best link you'll click during your daily browse. I'm reciting my words perfectly like these my vows. From here on out, I bury any sign of doubt. The world will always try to test what you really about. I'ma get my 40 acres mule and then some, and pop off more bubbly in the tub than Reverend's house. From the graduating class of 2011, I've escaped death for a while fighting depression. And lucky me, on the verge of living the dream. Even vicious hips, so you know I'm bound to go to heaven.
You see what I mean? Like, it's just certain elements to know too, especially when you guys go to the next level. So if you guys are making the YouTube music and things like that, that's great. But there's gonna be a time where the fans are gonna be like, hey, you know, I didn't know you lived in my state. Is there any way that you're gonna do a show or performance, and then you could be able to meet the fans that you have? These are kind of elements that you also have to, you know, understand and embrace. It is a foundation, and it's the best way to grow as an artist. So what we're doing here is absolutely fine. Keep doing exactly what you love to do. But if it's time to go to that next level, what I recommend is start learning these kind of things. Start going to open mics and things like that. And just, you know, try things out on a different scale. And that's something that could really work. So that's an example. So the next person I'm going to go through, because I only got a couple more, and then I'm just kind of going to chill or something. We're going to go into Trunks Rap from Grayson, the homie Grayson. We definitely going to go into that. He's got a really nice background when it comes to, you know, like rapping. So he's got tons of projects and all those kind of things. So I'm going to judge him on a different level, just so, you know, just so it's not just regular information somebody already knows. Like I'm going to literally, yeah. So let's rock.
Slash, fuck androids, I use iMusic, I'm the final hope in the distant future. So I blast off in the past to do it, I don't have an option, I am not losing. I grip my blade as I'm slicing through him, I dissect the freezer with the coldest movers. Killed his daddy, put the heater to him, then I met my father, but he never knew it. When it rains, yo, it's surely poor, seeing Gohan lying on the floor. He did his best with just one arm, I don't wanna feel this pain anymore. I mean, I could've died off my father's pride, so I knocked his ass off into the sky, knocked him out his boots. He was so surprised, he's an asshole, yo, I can't lie. I shot the batteries right out of cell, brought the heat to his dome, now he chose a hell. Went back to the future to finish busters, and I did it all for my older brother. I call horse and henchmen when I swing my fist. It is not a joke, I leave your ass in splits. Got BTS, not a pacifist. I don't take chances, I will slash you quick. Super Saiyan with the cold drip. Yeah. Purple hair just to match the fit. Look at the drip, look at the fit. Passion burning in all attacks. Blasted black with a final flash. Spirit sword cut his ass in half. Lost my world right after that. Slash, another villain down. Slash, I do it for the town. Slash, I can't mess around. Slash, watch me finish rounds. Brother gone and my mother gone, but it's up to me just to live on. And like the blade, I gotta stay sharp and trust the battle with a brave heart. I'm the last hope, no days off. Had to grow up quick, can't play with y'all. One cuts in the middle, make foes fall. Pulled up with some twins and I wanna brawl. Burning attack. They dodged it and not attached. Look at my stats. I come with the illest of swag. Level attached. Cops Corp, yeah, I'm reppin' that. I'm your favorite saying, no, that's a fact. Oh, you want beef with my sword at?
Well. He decided to take his time. I am happy he took his time. Period. He always had bars. He always had delivery. He has all those things. It's just sometimes he rushes certain things and lines and stuff just to make sure he fits where it needs to be. And sometimes it can affect breath control because you're trying to get it all in one breath. But this time he took his time, and you see when you take your time, everybody's like, okay, I can catch up with you. All right, I can rock with you. Okay, I can, you know what I mean? Just like a treadmill, man. Like a lot of people go and start the treadmill and be like on 6 miles an hour. They're all like, yo, and then you be like, whoa, slow down, bro, slow down. You know, and then you can do a regular stuff, be like, yeah, I've been rapping like a everyday, a day. You know what I mean? You can literally see the progression of it. So that way the listener is not like, you know, running World War III. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference between somebody coming out there with a precision aim and go, you know, do, right? Versus a person that comes out of nowhere with the, you know, with the grenade, like, it did. You know, so I'm like, where'd this come from? And then it just blow up and be like, wow, I wasn't even prepared for that. it can be good or it can be bad. It just really depends on the type of song. This ain't the record for it. You can't just all of a sudden do everything, because eventually it gets to the point it's like, I don't even know if you really picked this beat. I just think you just rap this verse and then you just found a beat and prayed to God that it fits the verse you recorded. It just doesn't fit the song sometimes. So there's that. Okay. Slash. Everything is slash. The word of the day today is slash. Slash. Cool. Okay. We're going to go on to another track. Well, it looks like we're almost out of tracks here. I think there's only 2 more tracks we got to do. There's Okamortas, and then there's Jeff Hopkins for today. So let's go into Okamorta real quick. Ryan Hookshot, what's good? What's the deal with? I made this beat. This wasn't really intentional, but yeah. I make a lot of beat tapes and stuff like that. So he wanted to rap over one of my lo-fi beats. So if you feel a way about the beat, let me know. I actually am thinking about doing that, to be honest. I just wanted to try this out and see what you guys thought. Alrighty.
Hey yo, got the Akudama drive. If it's about the money coming, you know I'ma ride. If I got a job to do, then you know I'll arrive. Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah. Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah. Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah. The whole gang criminal minded. What's the point of living? We were living to find it. Trying to be a good citizen, my decisions were blinded. Speak the truth, they keep saying I'm swindling, finding. I freestyle my way out of bad situations. Sometimes taking time to write bring mad limitations. Crazy how the bottom's anti-discrimination. With space to breathe up top, you can't find ventilation. So much happening now, there's no...
Alright, here's the thing. The verse is fire, all that stuff is that. But there are some little chop ups where I think they're punches. I don't know though, but it just kind of sticks out just a little bit. And I think it's because of the experience of, when I was doing it and I was rapping and I was doing certain things. That could be the probably, part of the issue. But other than that, it was rap.
No time for meditation. Getting looked as Lucifer. Black men, to me the police are executioners. They fearing God's children, they just ain't used to her. My voice important, every bar contains some crucial words. My squad got hackers in case we get tangled in the web. Hold on, my squad got hackers in case we get tangled in the web.
I like that.
Younger brother cut thought I'm checking on his head. My girl LeBron, especially when it comes to his sisters. Plus see your spirit doctor, she'll heal you if you enlist her. The models ball like a courier died. Then cut off these hoodlums and proverbial ties. Be an ordinary person with my nerds and the wife. Then burn the tree like I be burning the strife. Hold up. Got the Akudama drive. If it's about the money coming, you know I'ma ride. If I got a job to do, then you know I'll arrive. Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah.
I don't know who made that beat, just leave me alone.
Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah. Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah.
I was hoping that in the hook, I like the hook how it is. I just like just those little gaps. I wish the delay did a little bit more. Like those are the pockets that I would like to see the delay do what it did. You know what I mean? Like I'll show you. Let me play again.
then you know I'll arrive. Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hustling cause I honestly don't know how I'm alive, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? Just kind of like it just gets the vibe like, yeah, 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 yeah. But that's just me being a producer, so like that's what I would have did. But Fire Track, I appreciate him. You know, that's the homie. He's out here in Detroit with me. But you know what I mean? But that's what it is. That it's just like I said, it's not necessarily what you're writing, what you're doing. It's the little stuff that makes it pop out for what it is. It could be ad libs, it could be the delay, it could be a reverb thing, it could be beat drops. I've seen all of it. I've seen chops where, you know, where he kind of stopped and made it seem like it's a personal thing because he's rapping about that he's alive because of all the things that's happened. So you just got to look at it like that. Like it's the instrumentation of making your vocal the instrument as well. One person who's really great at that is Kanye West. Even though, you know, it's the soulful beats and things like that, but he does stuff with his voice that makes it an instrument. Like 808s and Heartbreaks is a perfect example. And it's just, that's why I said about the certain types of tools that you can use and all the things together. So that's definitely fire. So what I'm going to do is, just for people who haven't been here, I'm just going to recap really, really, really quickly all the things that I recommended on certain things. The first thing, we're talking about mix, right? Not sure about the mix and things like that. Don't really know it. Don't have the ear. You've been on YouTube for hours trying to figure it out. It's a hard time, right? This website is called soundgym.com. Soundgym.com is a website that actually has a gaming training mechanism to teach you how to train your ear for certain mixes, like finding out about reverbs and compressions and things like that. So that website is there. They got training, and they kind of make it like a video game so you could be able to learn the different types of way of learning and hearing for your mix. It trains your ear so you can look for those things I'm telling you about without me telling you about it, and make it in a fun game-based way. They got a free trial for it where you can learn certain things, and then they also have it where it's an actual course where you can learn how to mix a vocal, learn how to mix a guitar, how to look for highs and low frequencies and things like that. They make it bite-sized pieces for anybody. There's that. Next thing, people say all the time, my plugins are garbage. I got these stock plugins. They're not gonna sound the way everything else is. Everybody's heard of Waves Bundle, but Waves Bundle is like damn near like $500 to $1,000 or more, right? They just came out with a subscription service now. So now you can get a certain amount of plugins for a certain fee a month. I recommend the Platinum. It gives you 60 plugins for you to try out, figure out what you need to do. It's only $20 a month. So it includes your your de-essers, your compressors, your wave tuner, which is basically auto tune, true verb, equalizers, AXX, your delays, all that. Everything is all here for what you need. You can see the list right here. Stuff to mix for piano, stuff that mix for the bass, all of that. So you can be able to play with those and learn exactly what that is. So now you can use that. They work in any DAW. So they work in GarageBand, they work in FL, they work in Ableton, they work in all of that stuff. So you can use that. So there's that. The next thing I was recommending was recording setups. I recommended two things. What I recommend is either getting a PreSonus package, anywhere between that 150, 250 range. I think that's more than enough for somebody who's just starting out. I also recommend the Focusrite. The Focusrite just gives you everything that you need there if you already have a DAW, like a digital workspace or whatever, like if you have FL or Pro Tools or whatever. But you can also do is get the PreSonus package. When you get the PreSonus package, you get the program with it, which is Studio One, which has the same feel as Ableton and GarageBand. So if you use those things before, that's a good step up for the things you need. And I like that because when you get in a package, it works. That's the difference. Sometimes doing it with different ones, the interfaces don't want to talk to each other. This is solely where it needs to be. 240, it comes with the mic stand, it comes with the headphones, it comes with the pop filter, it comes with the cords, it comes with the shock mount, it comes with the actual microphone, the interface, and the software. You can't beat that. That's $240. And it's on a Prime account. I can get that thing in like a week. that just solves everything that you need where it comes to that. That's what I recommend. You can find different things on Amazon or whatever. Some of them have it with a package that come with the monitor speakers, and they come with a pad. Oh, that's cool. It came with a pad. That's awesome. So it can come with all of those things. So that's why I recommend it there. Another one I want to recommend is what I got is what's called the Chaotica Eyeball. I brought it in here in the shop. Right here. It's something that covers the microphone and shields out all the excess noise so you can just get the strict vocal. This thing's like $200. What I recommend also, if you don't have that one, it's called the Ultron PF8. It's the off-brand model of it, but it'll get the job done. I think it's like anywhere between like 40 to 50 bucks or something. That'll definitely help you in the long run when it comes to that. They usually, a lot of them are sold out, but I recommend getting the Eyeball because I am a firm believer of this one. It is worth the price. It is worth more than just putting all the sound, you know, the foam all over the walls and getting the sticky residue on the wall, and you got to clean it and move it. It's simple, it's easy, it fits on most microphones, and they call it a day. Another thing I would recommend is a website for producers. It's called Chordify. Chordify is a website where you can look up any song or even upload it, a song, and it will be able to break down the main chords of a record. So not only that, it can break it down, you can also pick a different scale that you want it played in. You can also loop it, and you can download the MIDI file. So once you find what you really wanted to do, you can download the MIDI file and drag it into your DAW or whatever VST that you want to use it for, and then you got the main core of what you're really looking for in your music. It's a way of inspiration sampling. So I mean any record. You can look it up, even if it'll show the YouTube video, and it'll take a couple seconds to download it or Chordify it. That's what they call it. And then just do that. And then what's crazier is that you can also print the sheet music also. So if you rather have the sheet music of how you have this pitched, then you can send it to your band, or you can send it to your musicians or individuals you know to be able to do a concert with the sheet music or whatever song that you're trying to play. Or you can do that for any of your songs. So if you wanted the band to play your music for one of your records live, now they have a sheet music basis to keep it together. Pretty simple and easy, right? So there's that. The next thing I want to recommend is called Tracklib. Tracklib.com is for the individuals who are sample producers like I am. This is a website that allows you, that they have a whole library of already cleared and licensed samples. So what you can do is you can find different kinds of, you know, types of records that you like. Go ahead and click download. When you make a when you sign up for the subscription, I think it's like $6 a month or whatever their particular fee is, you get 15 downloads off the bat. If not, I think they're like $1.99 or something. They give you a high wave file for it, which is really, really dope. And you're able to, you know, inspiration sample and things like that. And then afterwards, like when it's time for you to put out the album or something, they got category A, B, and C. Most records are category C, so it's only $50 to clear the sample. And I think that's pretty neat that you be able to do that. So you can find different kinds of fields, and just the matter, it's just like digging in a record store, except you digging on a computer. Yeah, the thrill is gone. But it allows you to do that, which is really, really cool. So those are the certain things that I kind of went through when it came to that. And I believe that's everybody at this point. So if you guys have any questions about anything, you know, just personally let me know. I just wanted to make sure I went through everybody. I thank everybody for coming out, checking this thing out and things like that, because, you know, we all want to get better at the end of the day. All that black and white, we can do that right now. Hold on. Let's do that right now. Thank you for reminding me, because, you know, doing a lot. Oh, Rifty Beach? Yeah, we could do that too. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure we got through all this stuff. Hmm. Well, this one's about a week ago. Let's try this one. Hold on. There's one that's 3 days ago. Let's do that.
And free down a better down, free down, hit free here, free wire down, get free down, get free down, down, make that free, hit free here and free down, down, free, make that free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. Free.
Hey, it's Black Amar. Vented to you over a beat. Shout out, let me do you. I'm coming in with a power slide. They say I'm over ambitious, I just got mega drive. It's like I'm fishing, always leaving dreams casted, tripping over intentions. I'm stuck with no ascension. She got me pondering at 4 a.m. in the dark, meditating on my thoughts, trying to beat that final boss of life. Did you come up on a strategy guide? Been feeling lost too long. You see the pain in my eyes, see the swords on my feet, the wounds in my pride. 4 years gone and what I gotta show. So now I'm on my bended body, trying to learn and get over it. Not the finest one, I'll admit. But when the sun goes down, I'm moving now. Going fast, no taking it slow. Never coming down when they come around. Gotta blast if we're gonna grow. Late night chilling in that lab like blathers. Chilling in that lab like blathers. Spread my wings, I'm trying to fly faster. Chilling in that lab like blathers. This that beat that got me chilling in my village. Think of my beliefs till they drilling. He a little monk in the mind like he Krillin. Never thought himself to be a villain, but he ain't a hero. He just trying to bosh a script and feeling as a ditto. But he ain't get the memo that he lacks the drip that's necessary. Over the confidence, never spraying it. Weed his options, felt better off faking it. Shit, I admit
You are vibing this beat. You are definitely riding this beat. Sometimes it's just a tad. I mean, not anything bad about it at all. You just might be a tad, a little behind the beat, just a little bit. But it's not anything ridiculously noticeable. It might just be how it might just be how you're flowing with it. It is chillax. It's nonchalant. It's, look, I'm dope. Just listen to me. That's the mentality I hear in this track. So look, I got something to say. This is how it's gonna be. You know what I mean? And you already set the tone with that record, and that's great. That's taking control of the record. Some people will do what you call it. Let me think. Some people will have a beat, and then the beat would be like almost the thing that guides the record. This is a kind of track that he's like, look, I'm the main star here. This beat's in the background, and I'm about to tell you something. I'm about to walk with you in the park, and I'm gonna explain to you this crazy story, like it's your homies, like you walking outside kind of thing. That's the tone that he has, and that's a great tone. That's a conversation tone, like where Royce is with the allegory and what, a lot of like Nas and storytellers and stuff like that. It's not back package, you know what I'm saying? But it's got the demeanor that I'm like, okay, I can vibe with this. I don't feel like somebody's attacking me with the beat. Because sometimes there's certain records and times that you just don't want to hear somebody overly aggressively attacking the beat. Sometimes you just like a different feel of stuff. Like, there's one times you want to hear like DMX and go super ridiculous and, you know what I mean, and have his lyricism where it's anger and it's aggression and all that. There's a time for that. But there's also an individual like a Mac Miller or like a Logic or like, or Chance the Rapper or anybody like that kind of, keeps it chill, keeps it cool, and it's just the vibe of the record. And those records sell very well too in multiple markets. It don't have to necessarily be the mainstream radio thing, but I would hear this record in a department store. I can hear, you know, these kind of records, and you know what I mean, it's different markets for everything. I mean, it's a bop. It's still, I can still head nod and all that stuff, but I'm just saying the demeanor of his voice. I'm not hearing an aggression. It's still a bop. You can still bob your head and be vibing with it. I'm just saying, you know what I mean, it's not hitting me in the face. Like, you know what I'm saying? Which is dope. I dig it. So 100%. We should work.
I've half-fasted. How we drive the boat with that flag half-masted. Feel me? I'm trying to turn that life from plastic to real shit, to master that feeling, to heal me. In that lab with a slab unpaved, zoomed in on my soul, telescope concave. Cause I know that bigger picture, man, you gotta see the breaks up in it. I'm digging till the bones get lifted, man. When the sun goes down, I'm moving now. Going fast, no taking it slow. Never coming down when they come around. Gotta blast if we're gonna grow. Late night chilling in that lab like blathers. Chilling in that lab like blathers. Spread my wings, I'm trying to fly faster. Chilling in that lab like blathers. I really just want to say, if you listen to my music at all, even you just like listen to one song or something, I really appreciate that a lot.
Don't shameless plug at the end. Don't do that. Be like, yeah, I just made this fire track. So, oh yeah, by the way, if you only heard one song, man, I don't even know what to tell you, man. This song is fire, so you need to just hear everything I else, you know, everything I done. You know, it's just fire. You know what I mean? It may make your grandmother stand up that doesn't, you know, that she never could stand up before, but she decided to stand up because she wanted to make me a sandwich, and all of a sudden I was hungry, and all of a sudden, but I just kind of person want to let you know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you credit, man. That's definitely fire. but it's about enjoying the record at the end of the day. So that is definitely dope. I'm with it. I think that's your pocket. It's a really good pocket to be in, because sometimes, like I said, you hear all these rap ciphers and everybody's like, oh, da 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 da. Sometimes I want to be able to play like I'm playing Madden, or if I'm playing like Skyrim, or if I'm just kind of just, you know, just chilling out, you know, laying around kind of vibing or something. That's a record I would put on. That could be in any kind of pocket, like a mood kind of thing. Like you make like a mood music, which is great because, you know, emotions guide the type of music we listen to. So if you have it like with real chill vibe individuals, like if you're teamed up with people who do like are lo-fi producers and things like that, you can really, really, really soar in that. You got the tone for it. The singing is fine. It's not, you know, it's not a sore thumb or anything like that. It's super, super smooth, and it can work out really, really well. And then that's the stuff that like Adult Swim and Crunchyroll and all those people look for, because they want to capture the vibe of the calmness before the storm. And that's how, like, when you heard music from Toonami, it was always like that, because it was supposed to lower your energy so you can be able to be more engaged with the next show that's coming on. Dragon Ball Z was one of their main synapses of doing that. It's a chemical balance at the end of the day. You ever notice how you listen to some real calm music and stuff like that, and then you watch an anime and be like, man, I'm really in it. They really scrapping. They really fighting. It's because of it's toning it down. Now if you listen to music that was overly aggressive, and then you go into an anime and then it's already at that level, you're not going to be really engaged with it. You're going to be like, all right, they fighting. Okay, that fight scene was sweet. And it's not memorable anymore. And that's the thing about music. Music is an emotional tool. And making different kinds of mood music is going to separate you from many different other people. Am I telling you to make an aggressive track one day and then make a sad track another day and then make a goofy track? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is understand when you're marketing your stuff, know the types of things that you want to market to. Is what it is. Just kind of gauge the stuff that you like, like that you kind of like, or you feel like if you put your song in the same category, if you put them in a playlist with a whole bunch of artists that kind of got a similar song than you, that's the market you want to go for. And the thing is, music is subjective like that. And when they hear that mood kind of music, they're like, you know what, I like his smooth stuff. And that's where they become a fan. And that's where the rap and the R&B example comes in. Even though, rhythm and blues and rap, and I know they're two different genres, but the mood is what changes the difference. And once you find what mood that you want your song to be and the tone that you do it in, you got the formula right there. That's all you need at that point. Because you got whatever it needs to be. Because this could be a single. If you took this to like an engineer or whatever, like at the studio, and you mix that, there is a possibility that could be a single. It's just tightening it up, and then all the little special gadget stuff, the little bells and whistles or something like that. That can really be a record. And if you keep having that mentality when you do that, and you find something that you think everybody likes and cool, stick with it. Stick with it and get better at it. Because eventually it's going to be that one. They're going to be like, that's the one. And then that thing goes, then that gets a lot of plays. And then other people check it out. And then they want to put it in playlists because it fits the mood. The things about playlists is fitting the mood. It's not fitting the pocket. It's fitting the mood. Because even if you paid for the playlist, they'll still skip you. Because it doesn't fit the mood. Great record, dog. Definitely. Just fix up those little things and then you're good to go. Because everybody actually really did submit good records. And I'm not being biased at all. I'm being really honest because I wanted to make sure to make a point that you may have maybe 100 or 200 subscribers, but you have the ability to make ridiculous music. And just keep making the music you love to do. That's the only thing and the whole point of doing these kind of things on Monday. To give advice, give improvements. Like I said, I'm not 100% perfect either. I don't think I'm the greatest of anything at all. But that's all you need. That's all you need. You already have everything. It's all you need. So, like I said, like you guys just keep at it and keep doing what you love to do, man. Have fun with it. Music is fun, dude. It's quarantine and the world is on fire and everything. The last thing we need to, you know what I'm saying? The last thing we need to do is worry about everything else, man. Most of us are recording at home. Most of us are sitting around watching anime. yeah, that explosion, that is dope. Like everybody submitted really great stuff. It's just those little parts. It's the little parts in the mixing and the little parts of that. And I swear it's going to make a world of difference for you. And you're going to feel more confident about it too. And the last thing I recommend for recording, turn all your plugins off. Record that as dry as you possibly can. The reason why I say that is because then when it's a compression or if it's a reverb or if it's a delay or something, and it makes your voice cluttered, chances are you might have to do that thing again. So get used to recording it 100% dry. Put a compressor if you feel like you need to have a little bit something louder, but I just recommend doing it dry. Like literally just record it with the line and record it as dry as you possibly can, and then apply the compressor, and then apply the reverb, and then apply all that, because then you know if certain things is wrong, like if it's too much of an echo or too much of a reverb, you can take those off and do it again. You won't have those mix problems things, you know what I mean? Like taking out the low end, all that stuff. Trying to set up presets are all well and good, but you just gotta know it. You definitely need exactly just like what Ultra said. That's the most important part. You do those kind of things. Now you have a stable thing that is a constant variable that never changes. the way you said it. That's it. You don't have no other variables to worry about. You can always start over and do it again. That's the good thing about doing a dry vocal. Now, if you think you really are comfortable with a certain preset, you could do this too. What you can do is, let's say it's a vibe for you. Like you need the reverb, you need your compressor, you need your auto tune, you need everything you need to do to get in the zone, right? This is what I recommend. In your DAW, select record on 2 channels. Select record on your effects and select record on a non-anything channel. And what we'll do is they'll do 2 recordings simultaneously at the same time. So you got your dry vocal, and then you got the vocal with you doing the auto tune and all that stuff too. And then afterwards, you take that dry vocal, and then you apply all those effects that you already did on it. Just in case if you're trying to find the feel that you're looking for. Do that. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm just texting. But yeah, that's what it is, man. That record was dope. But if you want to, I'll play. Wait, hold on. Set presets are for afterwards. Perfectly cool to have the vocal stack saved up. You can even record with them, but you have to keep the vocals dry and report. Exactly. The more times that you do that, that's where people get nervous about talking about their rap voice, like Aiden was talking about earlier. That's it. You know what I mean? Like your dry vocal, you're always going to feel a way about it. You will always feel a way about your dry vocal. So don't even, you know what I mean? Don't even fret that, for real. It's not a big deal. Yes, they do be ashy Larry, my dude. I'm telling you. But do both. And I think that will be very beneficial to you. Because then when you got a dry vocal, and here's the thing too, don't be scared to ask for help either. If you got a friend of yours that does a really dope mix or something, collab with them. Hit them up. Say, hey man, I got these dry vocals, but I'm not really, great on the mixing part yet. How did you do your vocals? And 9 times out of 10, if you good friends with that person, he'll tell you. Or shoot, you can ask me. You know what I mean? You can hit me up and be like, yo, Mark, what do you think of this? I got no problem checking people out, man. You know what I mean? I ain't bigger than nobody. So just, we could just talk politic. I mean, like I said, I'm not a stranger, dude. If you want to hit me up in the DM about something, about vocals or questions or something, I got no problem answering those questions for you. But every single Monday, I am going to have some stuff and some new things. I believe next week I'm going to go into distribution, like the things that you can do with DistroKid, the things that how Spotify really works, stuff like that. So everybody has a good idea of what it is. Do a track, you could drop a stack afterwards and fine tune it way more than record it. Yeah, that's how I feel. I know it's gonna be. I'm talking about not anything whatsoever. I'm not even talking about a compression, because the compression flattens the sound to be one constant volume. I don't know, man. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to personally let you know anything that you need, dude. I got you. But that's the thing. That's the segment. That's why I call it the key to the game. I'm just giving you the key to the game. You know what I mean? You're the one that got to open the door and figure this stuff out. I'm just giving you the key. That's just what I'm doing. Like I said, I told you it's not a reaction channel, dude. It's people who ever wanted feedback on stuff that never really got actual feedback. They got reaction videos, and then like most people's reaction videos, it's all like, that's a bar. I don't get that hook. It don't it don't do anything. It just kind of bothers it, you know. Only compression is needed when you're gonna blow the mic. Yeah, there's that too. But if that's the case, if you're an aggressive rapper, I recommend turning down the input of the microphone on your interface, because that way you don't peak and you don't clip, but at the same time you can be as loud as you need and you'll always have the room. That's important when it comes to that. Like, so people who are aggressive rappers like Rap Night or like DPS or like Swabity and things like that, when they do their particular heavy energy-based records, it's good that they turn down the inputs. That way they don't peak, and then when the vocal is small, they can easily raise it up. You know what I mean? But then that's just the, you know, when it's still clip, it's just what the scenario is, the microphone and stuff like that. But like I said, that's voice and breath control. I mean, they're just gonna have to figure that thing out. Or if it ain't pounding your ears and ain't a banger, hey man, it might not be a banger then. I got nothing. I got nothing. One day. Yeah, one day. If my ears are not literally in pain. You know what? The funny thing is there are people that mix like that. I'm not gonna hold you up. There are individuals who mix like that. They feel that louder is better. But the thing is that what people don't know is that when you make the track louder, in the car when you try to turn it up, it's not gonna get any louder. Because the gap is out. And then that's how it blows the speakers. It's just gonna be a lot of high end. It's not even gonna be, you know what I mean, either that or it's gonna be a lot of bass in it, where you're not gonna be able to hear anything whatsoever at all. Space is very important. But there are people who mix louder is better. And it works sometimes depending on the minimals of mute, the instruments. You know what I mean? If there's very small instruments, of course it's going to be clear because there's not much in there. You know what I mean? It's an empty room. It's an empty room with two people in it. Of course it's going to be clear or whatever. But the loudness is going to make it seem like there's 80 people in there all talking at the same time. And it's just not going to be clear. It's going to be really, really, really muffled. Yup. That's what I'm saying. They turn up the 808 and they thinking that's where it is. It's going to bang. But to be honest, it's the 808 is still a kick. And I think people forget that. It's the 808 has a bass and then there's a kick. And the thing is, you're supposed to layer the kick with the bass. And then it's supposed to be where the kick, that's where you be hearing that 808 bang, like boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? It's the kick that's literally compressed in the 808. But if you have both of them, they can make it muddy. That's the thing. So you take out the low end of the drum, so it's got the really like the mid and the high of it, and then have the bass be the low part of it, and that's what you do. Exactly. It's all maxed out at that point. You know what I mean? Like, shoot, if you full, dude. You know what I mean? But if you ate in moderation, you could just be comfortable, content. That's the best way to look at it, too. It's cool, man. Words can't describe how behind I am about stuff right now, man. I got so much stuff I got to get ready to do. So don't even worry about it, man. Oh, Ultra. He said he's working with Ultra. My bad. My bad. I shameless plug myself. I feel embarrassed now. Oh, man. You want to pick another track? I'll throw it up. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, he told me to do a Riffy Beats. Thank you for reminding me. What? What the hell is that? Oh, okay. This guy Rifty Beats saying good friend of ours. I gotta check him out. Oh, I also do beat tape reviews too as well. What? Oh, it's a lo-fi one. You might like this one, NK. Yeah, yeah, that's how I feel about certain things. But the cool thing about I've been seeing in this new lo-fi stuff, a lot of them don't incorporate the 808 because normally it's the muddiness of the drum and taking out the high part is man makes the lo-fi, but the hi-hats, you know what I mean? It is, and then sometimes when it comes to lo-fi, it's simplistic. It's supposed to be just what it is. And I think that's when artists rap over that is what makes the vocal instrument. Like NK would do that. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be where, where his lane lies. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna try one more. See if you got something that might be a little different. Look, you got some anime remixes. That's cool. Oh, he did a whole album.
Now streaming. I'm not supposed to be here. Can you help me get back?
Why? Earth is boring.
You're missing out on the...
They be trying to sell me anything. Okay, Dragon Ball GT theme, okay. This young man is a problem. Yes, yes, you might want to hit him up, dog. Because I might. I know, new type, I know. I mean, a lot of nerds should be hitting him up. Well, he gonna get that from me, for sure. All right, we're gonna go one more. I gotta hear Naruto. See what I mean? It's just a matter of finding certain people, work with them, and then you just find really cool records that you never thought about. I'm gonna try one more. I'm gonna go with My Hero. That is fuego. Yeah, man, I'm good with that. I'm sorry. I am a producer, so when I hear something come in, I'm just like, oh God. Woo. Dude. That. I get like that when it comes to beats. Yes, it sounds just like a Miami bass, like, you know. There it is. That's what I was looking for. This beat makes me feel a type of way, dog. This is fire. I had to hear the whole thing. It's fire. Yeah, I'm gonna ask to see if that's taken. That's definitely something I'm going to ask about. And here's the thing. They got the email, got the Twitter, got the Instagram, all that stuff. Make sure all your pages have all the places they can go to contact you, because even though you got a Facebook, you got a Twitter or something like that, and let's say they're Instagram, but they only use Instagram, by having that option allows them to be more in their comfort zone of whatever social platforms they want to use to hit you up. And make sure you answer everybody on all the platforms, because you never know what kind of opportunities come up, period. So remember that. That is key for marketing terms. Try your best to see if you can have a detailed description of what exactly you do. Kind of explain like, hey, if you like these records, you should check this out, you check that out, and just make outlets out of your page. They got to your page somehow. Now you got to make it so they want to check out other things that you did. And one of the main ways of doing that is in your description. Because if they like the music you do, they might want to know what kind of person you are. And that way they go on Twitter, go on Instagram, go on Facebook, and then they can basically, on their ethics of how they feel about how you are or how you carry yourself, it's just based on what they want to follow. If they like the things you talk about, they don't like the things you talk about. At least you know that they still checked out the music and checked you out and gave you a chance. That's marketing 101 without paying a dime. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of those things you can do. And like I said, when we keep doing these Monday stuff, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to give game. Because what's the point of having people in the dark just to say, hey, I know what's going on, but you don't. That's not cool. So, that was fire. Okay, so we got about a good 20 minutes. I know it's been 3 hours, dog. I don't even know how I'm able to do this with no water or nothing, dude. I think I think it's just the breath control and rapping for so long. I think that's what it is. Just that and marketing degree and probably. That's probably what it is. I'm just probably strong at it. Okay, well, I got a YouTube link. Oh, wait, oh, it actually does it like that. That's sweet. I didn't know you could do it from the chat. I didn't mean to get excited about that. I never did it before. Come on, man. Of course. I always got love for the show.
A ghost in the shell who's after your innocence. Alone and lonely. Bottle break through like it's get toasted. Like it's lonely. Replacing memories like the dirt from ocean.
You know what I like? The fact about this is what I love about anime. Anime has so many creative names and all that stuff that it trains your pen. Trains your pen to look for words that rhyme inside the other word. That's what I love about anime rap when it comes to that. Because it forces you to. Because if you can't find a rap that rhymes with Orihime, you should call in the end, Padre, you know?
They don't even aesthetic, drops to the fence it. Be an error manga censored. Netflix a weak imitation. Our animation, holding you down gravitation. You know that I got what you need, know that you're beating. I got your fix every season. I better not catch you cheating. Stick with my streaming. Take a hot dive that I'm needed. Funimation and fuck it. Funimation and fuck it. Hey, Funimation and fuck it.
It's a bop though.
Hey, Funimation and fuck it. Funimation and fuck it. Ain't no punch roll until the morning. Want Funimation and fuck it.
One thing I will say. I'm like, it's that Funimation and fucking, Funimation and fucking, sometimes double it up. Funimation and fucking, making it, you know, you can do that in like a second hook. That way everybody on there, Funimation, and fucking, and sometimes don't be scared of saying the same word more than once in a hook. So, I mean, you could be like, Funimation, and effing, you know what I mean? And then now it's like, no. Like it brings the, you know, the bounce back and forth of it. But it's fire nonetheless. That's what I would have did. Or you can do the glitch, you know, that Funimation, you know what I mean? Just kind of like that glitch part. You could do that too. Yeah, but like I said, it's fire. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. So.
Let's get super retchy. Anti-soul perverted. Back those asses up. Yeah, let's do a corporate merger. I'm no longer nervous. Just get on top of me. Combine our libraries and make a small monopoly. If this ain't just a duo, no, it's a group of team. We getting down with Aniplex, Madman, and Wakani. We ain't being selfish. We stay fly like strike witches. Savor it, your favorites are getting Sony riches.
All right. Now, I dig the auto-tune parts of it. But, hold on 1 second. I just got a message. All right. Sorry, dude. It's the shoves. Wait, actually, you know what? I'm going to do it just for her. It's fucking Shovezilla in this piece. What's going on? I finally got a chance to do it, and I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, I'm so excited I can do that. It's fucking Shovezilla. Let's go. Now, what I was saying about the hook for the auto-tune thing, right? This is one of those things where you gotta take advantage. You gotta take advantage of your delay and your reverb with that. Because that is that bounce back. You want the reverb, not reverb. You want the delay, but you want the ping pong effect delay. You know, the one that goes from right, left. I'm telling you, you do that with your ad-libs and you just put that in, it's going to make that verse pop even more. It's a fire track. I'm just telling you, those are just the small things you got to do. Because the auto tune is fine. It works. It works just fine. Because I know you kind of got like a Vox. You got it kind of like a high pass filter on it. Like it doesn't have any low end on it, and that's fine. That works just fine for this song. But I'm telling you, you do those ad libs. Like for example, I'll show you what I mean.
Like strike riches, savor rich your favorites again. Sony riches.
Sony riches. You know what I mean?
That one that Funimation
fucking
Funimation fucking
hey.
Funimation fucking
yeah.
Funimation fucking hey. Funimation fucking Funimation fucking
hey.
Hey. Funimation fucking Funimation and fucking ain't no Crunchyroll until the more they want Funimation and fucking
yeah. You know? Well, not simultaneously. Like it's your ad lib. You know what I'm saying? It's something that's in the background that basically it's like, you know, you hear the main thing and you're like, wait, what was that? Okay. And then it basically, that ad lib guides the groove, the bounce of the track. Ad libs are not necessarily just because they're in the background and you can just be like, hey, and ooh, and all that stuff, and it makes it hyper, which is fine. But sometimes saying the same word that's in the hook, it works. Yeah, I was just maybe I'm not hearing them with these headphones, but that's why I've been hearing. I think it's just overall fire. Exactly, and that's what makes a show performance stuff. See, Shubs is a veteran when it comes to like on the nerdcore scene and things like that. If you guys ever heard of her with all of like with Mega Ran and Lars and stuff like that, you might want to look her up because she's done South by Southwest. She's done a lot of legendary stuff out here in this world. You know what I mean? Like, it's just real deal. So you just gotta, you know, it's just learning all aspects of it. Like once you get into the YouTube and you know you do those kind of things, there was also a side where people were doing comic conventions and shows and comic books and literally going on tour doing the nerdism based music that you want to do. Like she has a whole themed album with Bill Beats with, you know, with Donkey Kong Country. Like the whole discography of the beats and tracks is crazy. And it's just letting you know that even though YouTube is a lane that everybody recognizes, that it's still a whole world out there. And then that's how you can gain your lifelong fan bases. So if you didn't want to do character raps anymore, you know, or do something that's a fan service, you know, you can come out with the songs that you like, and then your fan base will be like, I just love everything you come out with. And once you get to that point, you won't have any insecurities about catching an algorithm anymore. But yeah, I would. But I'm telling you, you pick those parts. I'm telling you, just fix those little parts and add in those more. That's a bop. Like, that reminds me of, I don't know if you remember Ishida that came up with that song, Senpai, that got super, super popular. It could bounce with that. You know what I mean? So, I'm just telling the truth, Shubs. I mean, it's just the truth. So, just being honest. There's no, you know, it's just telling the truth. But, all in all, always remember those kind of things. But what I'm going to do one more time is I'm just going to show the things that we learned today. That's going to make it fun. I'm just, like I said, I'm going to go super, super quick. All right. You have problems with mixing? Not sure exactly what you need to do? No, I thought it was Ishida. I thought it was what his name. Okay. First one is called soundgym.com. Let's say you're an individual that's trying to figure out how to know what to mix for. SoundGym is a website where it actually is a program that teaches you how to train your ear to look for certain things that you're looking for. Like learning how to mix vocals, mix a compression, mix reverb, things like that. And they make it like a video game. So instead of you spending like 30 hours on YouTube trying to understand what this person's talking about, compressor, what? Reverb, what? Have no idea. You finally get it, and then you get frustrated, and you be like, man, I just don't understand. This simplifies it for you. The next thing, let's say your plugins are terrible. You got, you know what I mean? Yes, it's going to be on the test. Yeah, I'm going to test you tomorrow. I promise you. All right. Next one. Suppose you don't have the plugins. You say your plugins suck, they're stock or whatever. Waves bundles, normally it's like $500 to $1,000 for plugins. We don't have the money for that, especially if it's something we're really not sure. Here, with the Platinum package, they have a subscription service now. So you can get all these plugins, 60 plugins, $20 a month, be able to really learn what it is. You get a month free trial of it. So you get to learn how this stuff works and, you know, be able to tinker and play with your particular vocals and stuff like that. Need a microphone setup. I recommend the Focusrites. You can get one for $150, or you can go with the PreSonus. I'm sorry. I like the PreSonus better in this situation because it comes with the DAW, the program. So you can be able to learn. It comes with Studio One, 4 or 3. The interface looks like GarageBand or Ableton. It's like the same look, like the exact same look. So if you used any of those programs, you should be familiar. If you just need the microphone, you already got the stuff, grab one of those. I like that, the diaphragm on that microphone better. So there's that too. What I recommend, like I said before, if you're recording, I recommend getting a Chaotica eyeball over this, especially if you're at home. You know, it got kids screaming in the background, things like that. This will be able to take out all that excess noise so you can be able to get a clean vocal the best way possible. So this thing's like $200. But what I recommend, if you're not able to get this right now, instead of paying for the studio foam on the wall, you can get what's called the Ultron PF8. It looks like this, but it's like a hexagon. It's cheaper, but it's sold out. They sell out of it all the time. It's like 50, 60 bucks. Oh yeah, Natsu is a problem. Yeah, they all been around for a long time. So that would be the one I would recommend. That avoids this. It's good to get this kind of thing if you want that kind of look of where you're at, but this just makes it a lot simpler. You just put it over the microphone, game over, and if you take it off, you can take this, sanitize this. If you got people recording, it's like a film material. You can see the microphone is in here. I use a Rode microphone personally. I got that pack. I think it was like $350, like the best money I ever spent. Okay, just put it right on, easy. It fits most microphones. All right, next thing is going to be, it's called Quartify. Quartify is a website where you can basically put any video or upload any song. It'll break down the main chords of the record live. So then afterwards, if it's an inspiration, like if you like a certain song, like from the Beatles that you wanted to use, but it's about the samples, but you just kind of want the feel, you can put that song in there. You can export it as a MIDI, and you can also change the scale of it as well. Also print it as sheet music, so if you're wanting to do a performance with a band of your song, you can put the song in there and it'll automatically do the sheet music for you. The next thing is also tracklib.com. Tracklib.com is for people or producers or samples like me. This is a website that has a whole library of already cleared samples. So what you can do is you can go on this platform, they go by a credit system and that kind of setup. And then the best thing that's really cool is it's like, okay, then how you clear the samples. So this is how it works. So most of the samples in there are category C. It only costs $50 for you to clear the sample. That's it. And they also go by the sample length of how long you use the sample. Most producers are in this gap between 2 to 10 seconds personally. So they only want 2% of the revenue share when you do it. That's it. Simple and easy. And they got a lot of different stuff that you can set things up and put it together. It's real simple. And then finally, there's another thing I left until the end. It's called Soundtrap.com. Soundtrap.com is a website where you can actually do your recording on your mobile, on your computer, all that stuff, and collab with other people. So remember how you wanted to do certain records with certain people? Now you can. Instead of always having to send the waves and stuff, sometimes you can just do it on this platform here. So once you record it and things like that, you just upload the vocal. You guys can move it together, do collaborations, got a little plugins and stuff to do things. It's really relatively simple for somebody who's just starting out and just trying to have fun and they're not able to, you know, get all the equipment yet. That is also a solution. So that's what concludes all of those particular things. Like I said, I appreciate everything of everybody, and I think Shubs had something to check out. Didn't I don't know if Smugs is still in here, but didn't you have something you wanted me to check out before we leave? Because I think I got like a couple more minutes. Yeah, please send it to me, and I'll go through that right now. Hey man, you gotta learn somehow, right? Let me check this out. Oh, I know this beat.
Pose, you know I'm golden. Tricks on the sleeve with the cards that I'm holding. Fuck your crew, cause I roll 5 deep. Step up to them enemies following me back. I'ma run this shit. You say I'm a nobody, can't stand in. But I beg to disagree. Oh yeah, I should follow me. Game star pedigree, guaranteed you ain't seen the best of me. Take your shot, I only need one. Shook at the end of a barrel of a gun. Boom, 9mm for a revolver. Can't turn back, I won't falter.
This is what I mean by taking your time. What I was saying earlier today. The way that everything punches through in the infliction. Infliction is key if you're going to take it slow when it comes to rap. Because if you're just rapping slower, it's about I have to feel it. And that's what turns a record into something that's energetic and what's not. And that is something she is great at. She is great at projecting her voice to the point that I hear everything that she's going to say. Plus, Bill Beat's the hell of a producer. And that's the thing that's important. Also with Jumping Jacks Up. The funny thing about performances, what I've been noticing that can work about with breath control. If you guys are trying to get into the breath control situation, jogging in place on a treadmill is exactly the same feeling that you have performing a show. If you learn those things and learn that, and then you just kind of get in this jogging while rapping, you're strengthening your lungs. And when you strengthen your lungs, it's going to be a lot stronger, and then you're going to be able to project the best way you can. So jogging rap, things like that. So think about like a beat that you have and you remember the song. Just jog in place or jog outside or ride a bike, something that's cardio setup. So you can do that. So let's go.
Still, then get off the boat. I got nerves of steel and you can't stay afloat. Give me the intel, spill the dopio. Had a tendency to battle, but I hard on me though. Bet I'm the girl who will turn up the spice. Keeping it red hot like peppers on rice. I got the passion to finish the race. Start placing them bets and go change up the pace. Emeralds flashing all up in this place. Yeah, got the world at my side, freeze frame for the run and hide, can't touch me. The stars don't lie. Step up to the plate, let's go, cause you know we better take a ride, land, sea, air. Got the will to stand proud. Move mad quick and the fit stay loud. Hunt a hand, slap this, do what it takes. Put the chips in to raise them stakes. Up the ante, get at me, fight me if you must. I'm a killer queen and you better bite the dust. Hey, you, what's that sound? These hands going in to put your ass down. You don't wanna try me, but make an attempt and I'll hold you in the gut. I'ma save the world, you dare approach me? I'll knock you out of time so rough that you win stone free. My rep notorious, part of a legacy. Playing the requiem, nobody besting me. Taking the narrow to follow the flow. Send them to heaven with bows that I throw. Blood through my veins, I'm a boss in it show.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I didn't know he did the video. The only thing that a lot of people say about when it comes to AMVs is that they all want the lyrics at the bottom. But that's preference at the end of the day. Because your lean, it's almost not needed. But the only thing is that I guess it's the aesthetic. I think it's the aesthetic with the lyric videos now that most of them, when they do AMVs, they just want to do that. I think that's what it is. Sorry. I just had to type something. Okay. Almost there. We should be all good after this. Kind of a little over time, which is fine. Yeah. Oh, he even did it with the Bill Beats scratch? Fire. I'm a sucker for scratches. And that's what makes stuff fire, dude. It's just the innovatives in all of that. That's fire. I'm with that 100%. The only thing is, I bet you somebody else would be like, man, I just want the lyrics in the bottom so I can read. I was like, well, that's what ears are for, man. We need to listen to what you said. But that's hip hop, and that's what makes it really, 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 really dope. So I'm with it. So like I said, man, I'm a little overtime, shockingly. 4 hours. I'm actually overtime. Well, I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody reaching out and things like that. I'll have a new 15 next Monday. I may give some more examples, maybe some examples of my stuff, so you can kind of see what I mean with that. Like I said, I'm not a professional. I'm just a perfectionist when it comes to that kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, no further ado. And I'm also next week going to dive into some nerdcore you probably never heard before, and then you can see where it came from. You know what I mean? Like, there's more than, you know, a lot of like Russ's DPS and things like that. I mean, there's Rand, there's Frontalot, there's Scared of Bees, there's MC Router, there's Dual Core, there's a lot of people that you guys can check out and even draw inspirations from. One person I know for a fact, I mean, he retired, but I love him from to come back. Dr. Awkward is probably one of the greatest nerdcore rappers for me. You know what I mean? Sky Blue with the jazz hop type of rap and things like that, you know? It ain't bad. It ain't bad at all. I love it. I love every single part of it. So, I'll put you on game. I promise. I promise. But I'm about to head out. I need to eat something. And then I start my new job. I officially work for Audi now. I just got my new job, so I start my new job tomorrow. So I'm really excited. So that way I can be in schedule. Wednesday is open season, so I'm gonna play any game you want. But like I said, I will answer any question, you know, when it comes to music and stuff like that while streaming. So just know that. And this is the work from home, so I'm just really excited about it all. But yeah, I will hit you guys up. And I appreciate you all. And just in case you guys haven't seen, here it is. So make sure you hit me up on that. It's Mark Cooper on all streaming platforms. And I am out of here. Thanks again. And, you know, watch the video again. See if there's some things that you wanted to learn you forgot.